He Mingtang was stunned. He had never ridden such a fast fishing boat. Within a few seconds, the fishing boat had been straight up the clouds, breaking through the air. Han Fei said, "Mr. He, don't worry. Do you know when they had the accident?" He Mingtang shook his head. "I don't know, but it seems that Xiaoyu and the others went privately. The teacher at the first academy quickly found out and immediately sent someone back to the town, and then sent someone to notify the nearest villages to go to rescue them." Han Fei frowned upon hearing this. Xia Xiaochan suddenly asked, "Did their teacher find out as soon as he Xiaoyu and the others went down?" He Mingtang nodded. "I believe so. After arranging someone to go back to get reinforcements, the teacher seems to have gone down too." Xia Xiaochan looked at Han Fei. "How long did we stay down back then?" Han Fei frowned. "It didn't seem to be long. The point is that we don't know where they went down from. We'll have to walk around to find out." The speed of the wind god boat was amazing, and at its full speed, it took less than an hour to arrive. When Han Fei arrived, he saw a group of students outside the deep-sea jungle, none of whom he knew. The sudden appearance of Han Fei's fishing boat startled those people. Someone immediately recognized them. Han Fei? Xia Xiaochan? Han Fei simply asked, "Where did they disappear?" Someone immediately said, "Just ahead, about 50 kilometers away. _swish_." The wind god boat flashed away, leaving only a red shadow in everyone's eyes. After Han Fei and the others left, someone said stupidly, "Aren't Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan in the level 3 fishery?" Someone was stunned. "What kind of fishing boat is that? So fast?" Someone said happily, "I heard that the Thug Legend team had gone through the deep-sea jungle. They will surely be able to rescue the teachers and students." Han Fei extended his perception and discovered that there were traces of fighting here, and some people had died here. However, he didn't find He Xiaoyu and the other people. Besides, this area was close to the sandworms. It was really dangerous to get down from this place. The wind god boat was flying around above the deep-sea jungle and found those people near the sea willow tree after only 10 minutes. When he saw these people, Han Fei didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Among these people, there were a few familiar faces, including Wang Baiyu, Xia Wushuang, Xiang Zuozhua, Lin Xingmu, and Su Yabai. At this moment, they seemed to be in a tight corner. Xiang Zuozhua was holding a hammer, fighting against the roars of the wooden fish. Lin Xingmu had a piece of spiritual crystal shield in front of them, and Su Yabai was trying to grab the fruit from the sea willow tree. Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. He, it's okay, they're down here." He Mingtang asked blankly, "Huh? How do you know?" Xia Xiaochan smiled and said, "They're all right. They can still fight, can't they, Han Fei?" Xia Xiaochan spoke with a bit of ridicule. In fact, He Xiaoyu was like an agile elf underwater now, avoiding the tongues of the wooden fish that rolled towards her at an extremely fast speed. She was holding 2 daggers, spinning among the big willow trees. Su Yabai was assisting He Xiaoyu to avoid those tongues so that He Xiaoyu could grab the wood spiritual fruits. Han Fei chuckled awkwardly. What He Xiaoyu used was exactly the 108 spirit absorbing war bodies. The only thing Han Fei didn't understand was when He Xiaoyu became a hunter. Han Fei said, "They actually managed to pick 3 wood spiritual fruits." Xia Xiaochan said, "Don't look down on them. After all, they are intermediate dangling fishers. It would be weird if they couldn't get them." He Mingtang said anxiously, what's going on below? Why are you so carefree? But Han Fei said, Mr. He, don't worry. There are 3 intermediate dangling fissures below. Xiao Yu will be fine. Dangling fissures? Thud. The sea shook, and He Mingtang jumped up, but he let out a sigh of relief. There are dangling fissures below? Then why did they ask for help? Oh, I was almost scared to death. Han Fei said, maybe someone has arrived ahead of us. Let's just wait here and I'll take action when necessary. At this moment, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan looked at each other. They all thought of the little treeman who they tried to attack back then, and fortunately, he didn't fight back. Then, Wenren Yu arrived in time and helped them grab 5 with spiritual fruits. At this moment, He Xiaoyu and her pals had already snatched 3, but the little treeman hadn't come out? Xia Xiaochan asked, shall I go down and have a look? Han Fei nodded. Okay, go down and have a look. I'll look for it here to see if I can find it. He looked back and forth and saw nothing. What are you looking for? Han Fei said, in this area, there is a special creature. As long as that creature doesn't come out, Xiaoyu and the others will be fine. However, I think it will come out soon. A special creature? Underwater. Xiang Zuozhuo said angrily, damn, these wooden fish are too annoying. Su Yabai, is there any way to control them? Su Yabai said, they're too dense. Moreover, as of now, their roaring power has become stronger as if something is controlling these trees. Lin Xingmu said, hurry up. Although we are already dangling fissures, my spiritual energy is not enough for so many of you to consume. Lin Xingmu turned to He Xiaoyu. He Xiaoyu, you are agile. After Xiang Zuozhuo attacks, you go grab with spiritual fruits as soon as possible. Xiao Wushuang was swinging his sword. Hey, I can't cut it. Does this tree have a spirit? Holding his shield, Wang Baiyu protected himself and Lin Xingmu behind, saying, I should have practiced swordsmanship. Now I'm almost useless here. He Xiaoyu stood on the sledgehammer of Xiang Zuozhuo and jumped out. She jumped among the countless vines, reaching out to grab a glowing wooden spiritual fruit. Got it. He Xiaoyu smiled, and after severing a willow branch, she was about to return. But as soon as she drew back for tens of meters, her head suddenly exploded in pain, and then she was thrown off. Xiang Zuozhuo shouted, no, there is something here. As soon as she shouted so, Su Yabai, who was manipulating the spider silk, was instantly whipped away by a cane and rolled dozens of times on the ground. As Xiang Zuozhuo waved her sledgehammer, the hammer shadowed tens of meters high, smashed at the withered vine that was whipping at her. Bam. Xiang Zuozhuo was sent flying, turning in the water several times. At the same time, Lin Xingmu, Xiao Wushuang, and Wang Baiyu were also whipped away. A voice suddenly rang, enough. No more. He Xiaoyu tilted her head in horror, her nose bleeding. Who is talking? When she saw a small treeman emerging from the bottom of the sea, she was dumbfounded. A talking treeman? Xiang Zuozhuo jumped up to smash the hammer at the treeman. She was already a dangling fissure. How could she be afraid of these weak creatures in the level 2 fishery? Smack. A withered vine shot through the air, and once again violently whipped Xiang Zuozhuo away. Don't come again. However, no one listened. Su Yabai's spider silk shot out, and Lin Xingmu covered Xiao Wushuang with a layer of spiritual armor. The two pounced on the little treeman at the same time. Smack. A withered vine suddenly appeared, rolling up the two of them. They lost. Almost in an instant. Lin Xingmu quickly said, "Senior, easy, we're leaving." However, the little treeman ignored him and looked up. A golden fist mark fell from the sky. Bang, 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 After 3 consecutive whips, the fist mark was shattered. But after that, dozens of fist marks smashed down. However, at the same time, seawater changed into hundreds of withered vines, whipping at these fist marks. The little treeman had no time to care about He Xiaoyu and Xiao Wushuang now. He asked in confusion, "Is that you? You've come again?" When Han Fei's figure appeared underwater, He Xiaoyu was stunned. He Xiaoyu shouted cheerfully, "Han Fei?" Xiao Wushuang was confused. "Why are you here? Am I dreaming?" Seeing Han Fei, Xiang's Wuzhua froze for a long while. Are you back?" Su Yabai and Lin Xingmu were not familiar with Han Fei, so they just nodded at him. Although they were no longer Han Fei's opponents, they didn't want to suck up to him. Especially after Han Fei did so many things in the level 3 fishery, they knew very well it was as easy as turning his hand over for Han Fei to kill them. The little treeman interrupted, "Human, you shouldn't have come here." Han Fei smiled and said, "Wood spiritual fruit are not valuable things. The 6 of them only got 4. Give them 2 more." The little treeman suddenly backhand whipped him, but Xia Xiaochan's figure flashed. Immediately afterward, Xia Xiaochan used the 1,000-strike technique, and in the blink of an eye, pierced the little treeman like a honeycomb. When Xia Xiaochan stopped attacking, however, the withered vines on the ground twitched and the little treeman reappeared unharmed. He Xiaoyu and the others were dumbfounded at the scene. How could Xia Xiaochan's speed be so fast as to shatter the strong little treeman's body in the blink of an eye? The little treeman looked at Xia Xiaochan. "Human, don't make me attack you." Han Fei squinted his eyes and said, "Why not?" She didn't know what kind of creature the little treeman was. Seeing that Han Fei seemed to be confident, she didn't give any more instruction. Feeling his heart was pounding hard, Han Fei shouted, "Retreat, all of you." A withered vine suddenly appeared in front of Han Fei. Han Fei blasted out the art of invincibility and hit 8 consecutive punches before he could block the vine. But the second vine had come again. Han Fei hurriedly activated the majestic mystic spell and the art of invincibility. But the result was the same, and he was blasted back tens of meters again. Xia Xiaochan flashed and also attacked, but she was not even faster than little treeman in speed and was also whipped away. Han Fei was shocked. Even the majestic mystic spell couldn't block it? Han Fei's eyes turned cold, and his fist was blazing with a red light. The terrifying power made the sea tremble. Again. He threw out the sacrificing punch, and the fist mark of tens of meters high shot across the sea like a flame dragon. The mud under his feet exploded, and the terrifying power swept 100 meters away. The little treeman threw out the vines again without any expression. This time, it was no longer fine vines, but withered vines up to 10 meters thick. Boom. On the sea, He Mingtang was waiting anxiously, and then he felt the sea bulging. Those students of the First Academy waiting outside the deep-sea jungle all jumped up in shock. What happened? It seems to have happened underwater. Such a violent vibration. Has something happened below? Underwater, He Xiaoyu and the others were shaken out and could no longer watch this battle. Han Fei slid back dozens of meters again. However, this time the little treeman also slid back dozens of meters. When Xiao Shaochan was about to attack again, Han Fei said to her, "Stop." Han Fei's heart was pounding even harder. He guessed that if he continued to fight, he would still not take the upper hand. Han Fei looked at the little treeman. "Why did you appear in the level 2 fishery?" The little treeman said simply, "Don't talk so much. Just leave." The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. 5 wooden spiritual fruits. The little treeman pondered for a moment. "You have already eaten them," Han Fei said, with a cheeky smile, "but I have a few junior brothers and sisters." The little treeman put down his cane-like hand and paused for a moment. "If you come again, no more." Then 5 wooden spiritual fruits flew to Han Fei. Han Fei grinned and said, "Hey, when can I come again?" The little treeman paused and looked at Han Fei. Under its stare, Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. Han Fei shrugged. Okay. I'm leaving, okay?" Han Fei glanced at He Xiaoyu and threw her 2 wooden spiritual fruits. "Why? Are you waiting? Go." On the surface of the sea, when He Xiaoyu saw He Mingtang, she was astonished. "Father, why are you here?" He Mingtang poked He Xiaoyu's forehead with a finger. Are you crazy? Why did you come to such a dangerous place?" "Your teacher asked us for help. That's why we're here." He Xiaoyu bared her white teeth and said, "Father, I'm fine, aren't I?" Then He Xiaoyu looked at Han Fei and secretly glanced at Xiao Shaochan, saying, with a smile, "Han Fei, when did you come back?" Han Fei shrugged. "I've been back for a while. Mr. He has known for a while. It's just that you don't go back to the Heavenly Water Village much now." With that, Han Fei looked at Xiang Zuozua and the other 2. A soul warrior, a spirit gatherer, a manipulator, what about Li Hani? If you had brought an armorist with you, you would have picked the fruits long ago. And the little treeman probably wouldn't have even come out. Everyone was speechless. "Didn't you know why Li Hani was not here?" Xiao Shaochan added, "You guys are such a disgrace to dangling fishers." Xiang Zuozua said angrily, "How can you say that? The wooden fish are too annoying. Otherwise, I would have easily snatched the fruits." Han Fei didn't bother to talk to Xiang Zuozua, but smiled at Xiao Wushuang. "Are you going back to school or to the village?" Xiao Wushuang nodded. "The village. It's rare to meet you. Let's get together for dinner at night." This was a near-miss experience, and He Mingtang was the one who feared the most. But his daughter's strength had surpassed him and he couldn't change her mind at all. At night, they had dinner together at the plantation. At the dinner table, He Xiaoyu said, "I heard that you have done something big in the level 3 fishery?" Han Fei wondered, "How did you know that?" Xiao Wushuang smiled and said, "You forgot who we were with today? It is said that you caused a great uproar." "Well, I just want to ask, what realm are you in now?" Wang Baiyu, Xiao Wushuang, and He Xiaoyu were all looking at him with glowing eyes. He had already been able to solve a hanging fisher. This had exceeded their imagination. They guessed that Han Fei might have reached the realm of hanging fisher by now. Han Fei smiled and said, "Still a dangling fisher." "Oh." The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. Otherwise, they would feel inferior." However, even though he was only a dangling fisher, it was shocking enough. Obviously, they were much stronger than Xiang Zuozua, and The other dangling fishers. Han Fei instructed, don't go to the deep-sea jungle again. There is someone you can't mess with there. Xiao Xiaochan looked at Han Fei. When you were fighting, I searched around, but didn't find anything strange. Han Fei said, it shows that our strength is still not enough. Xiao Xiaochan nodded and ate. She didn't know he Xiaoyu and the others. Besides, she was a little uncomfortable staying with so many people. She was more accustomed to school life with only a few people who she knew very well. The atmosphere was a bit embarrassing. He Xiaoyu and Xiao Xiaochan had never spoken to each other from beginning to end. He Xiaoyu would glance at Han Fei from time to time, and when Xiao Xiaochan noticed it, she stepped on Han Fei's feet under the dining table. Han Fei secretly complained. Come on, I only have pure friendship with he Xiaoyu. After eating and drinking to satiety, Han Fei enthusiastically sent them away. He Xiaoyu suddenly said, Han Fei, will you go to the 36 town exchange competition? Huh? What competition? Wang Baiyu added, not necessarily. Who are they going to fight with? We will participate in that competition. See you then. Han Fei sent them away with a dazed expression, and when he came back, he said to Xiao Xiaochan, it seems that there is a competition between the towns. Xiao Xiaochan was not interested in this, but stared at Han Fei and said, he Xiaoyu likes you. Han Fei raised his brows. How do you know? Xiao Xiaochan nodded. Just during this dinner, she glanced at you 201 times. Han Fei almost burst into laughter. Did you count? Xiao Xiaochan squinted at Han Fei. You said that neither of us could kiss others or have children with others. Han Fei laughed, preparing to catch Xiao Xiaochan and give her a kiss. Unfortunately, Xiao Xiaochan flashed and sat on the roof. I don't want to kiss you. You always stick out your tongue in a kiss. Han Fei. In the evening, Han Fei did not cultivate but slept contentedly. When he got up in the morning and was about to make breakfast, he saw Wenren Yu sitting at the table, with one hand supporting her chin, looking at the sun. Han Fei was stunned. Miss Wenren? Wenren Yu looked back at Han Fei with a smile. Phew. Isn't this Mr. Han Fei? I heard that you have been back for a month. Han Fei immediately looked up at the sky. Ah. Well. Miss Wenren. Inspiration suddenly came on me, so I planned to take 2 days off for relaxation, experience this wonderful world, and feel the law of the heavens. Smack. Han Fei immediately got slapped in the head. Wonderful world? The law of the heavens? Then Wenren Yu suddenly glanced in the direction of the plantation. Xiao Xiaochan, I've seen you. Where do you think you can slip away to? Xiao Xiaochan bared her teeth and walked out of the plantation. Miss Wenren. There you are. Wenren Yu stared at her. If I didn't come find you, would you have stayed here forever? Xiao Xiaochan hurriedly said, Miss Wenren, we are going back today. Han Fei agreed, yes, if it weren't for something delaying us yesterday. We would have gone back yesterday. Wenren Yu didn't seem to believe him at all. So, are you shacking up? Puff. Han Fei immediately said, how is it possible? We just spent a few days cultivating in seclusion here. Xiao Xiaochan looked confused. Shacking up? We've only been cohabiting for a month. Han Fei immediately said to her via voice transmission, _idiot, shacking up means sleeping together _. Xiao Xiaochan quickly explained, no, we're not sleeping together. And she said to Han Fei via voice transmission, why didn't you tell me earlier, Han Fei was speechless. How would I know that you didn't even know that, Wenren grunted and said, go back to school and go to class. I've never heard of teachers having to hunt down their students. Lu Renquang returned. Half a month ago. Han Fei was taken aback and asked, Miss Wenren, since you knew that we were back long ago, why did it take you so long to ask us back? Is there anything wrong? Wenren snorted. Otherwise, why did I bother to come all the way to get you back? There is a battle you need to fight. The plantation outside the Thug Academy, after nearly a year of cultivation. The vegetation had become more prosperous and the plants seemed to have grown twice as much as before. Around the plantation were rows of golden wheat. However, the wheat was as thick as corn and the grains were full. Han Fei felt that with a single train of wheat, he could make dumplings enough for a meal. The great effect of the Great Spirit Gathering Array could be seen. And this array was only set up by Han Fei. If it were the serial spirit gathering arrays on dragon boats, this place would be even dripping with spiritual energy. Han Fei asked, are Chu Jingnan and Ling Yuan around? Wenren said lightly, they're in the arena. Xiao Xiaochan was surprised. Haven't they got the 100 winning streak yet? Wenren face suddenly turned black. There are only 2 of them, so they can only play singles, which is more difficult. Han Fei was not interested in the arena thing at all now. He curiously said, Miss Wenren, what battle do we need to fight? We've fought enough battles in the level 3 fishery. Wenren snorted. It's easy this time. But you did cause a lot of troubles in the level 3 fishery, and your junior uncle Faceless took much effort to clean up the mess you left. Han Fei bared his teeth and said, Junior Uncle Faceless took 5 billion from us. Oh no, 7 billion. Wenren stumbled and screamed an incredible exclamation, how much? Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan looked at each other. 7 billion. Bam. Then Han Fei turned into a perfect arc and flew into the school. Chu Jingnan and Ling Yuan, who happened to come back, saw the scene far away. Chu Jingnan was stunned. Is that advanced brother Han Fei? Ling Yuan swallowed and nodded. It seems to be. No. It must be. Bam. Han Fei, who had just flown into the school, turned into a perfect arc again. And flew out of the school. Seeing Wenren was about to whip him with her fishing rod again, Han Fei was furious. Hey! You're my teacher. Are you playing table tennis? Han Fei was whipped back to the school again, but fortunately, he did not fly out again. Seeing this scene, Xiao Xiaochan immediately flashed away. While running, Xiao Xiaochan screamed, it's none of my business. I'm innocent. Humph. In the school, Han Fei was being hung upside down on the tree and said indignantly, Old Bai, you are too much. We're a family. Why don't you ask Junior Uncle Faceless to return the money? Why are you venting on me? Old Bai was standing in front of Han Fei, his eyes were fierce. If Faceless would give me money, would our school be so poor? Han Fei was surprised. But isn't Junior Uncle Faceless from our academy? He should contribute to the school, shouldn't he? Xiao Zhan showed up from nowhere and said with a smile, that guy needs money. But how can you give all your money to him? Why were you so stupid? Han Fei said angrily, you are to blame, okay? You didn't give us anything, no amulet barrier, no immortal seal. So we had to buy them. That's why we spent all the money. Han Fei jumped down from the tree and curiously asked, why does Junior Uncle Faceless need so much money? Why didn't he tell us he was our junior uncle in the first place? If Xiaobai hadn't guessed it, he would still have kept it from us. Old Bai snorted. It's none of your business. However, you didn't suffer any losses. Faceless gave you a lot of good stuff. Han Fei wondered, do you mean the immortal seal? Why is it so expensive? Old Bai squinted at Han Fei. Didn't he give you spirit awakening fluid? Han Fei raised his brows. Yes. A total of 3,315 caddies. But we exchanged it with money. Xiao Zhan patted Han Fei on the shoulder. Money can't be exchanged for spirit awakening fluid. Han Fei? Xiao Xiaochan emerged from the tree at this moment. Are you done beating him? Okay, I'm coming out. Lu Renquang, Zhang Xuanyu, and Luo Xiaobai ran out cheerfully from the school. Lu Renquang sighed. You guys are finally back. Han Fei was astonished. Huh? You guys are really fast. Why did you come back so soon? Wenren mentioned that Old Bai was going to pick up Zhang Xuanyu and Luo Xiaobai. But it was still too fast. Luo Xiaobai said lightly, we came back last night. Zhang Xuanyu smiled. Fei Fei. I heard that you too. Zhang Xuanyu blinked at Han Fei, only to be kicked away by Han Fei. F***ck off. Don't bullsh** *ts all day. Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan also ran over with Wenren. Seeing Han Fei, they hurriedly said, advanced brother. Han Fei looked back. Oh, you're already advanced, great fishing masters? Chu Jinan added, I would also like to thank senior brother Han Fei for his instruction. Han Fei waved his hand. It has nothing to do with me. It's all your own efforts. Han Fei waved his hand again. Come and have a look, I brought you gifts. Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan looked at each other. Gifts? Han Fei put his arm around Chu Jinan's shoulders. Come, I'll show you to the gifts on the mountain in case someone else tries to grab it. Old Bai said leisurely, starting from tomorrow morning, you'll all go to class. Wenren instructed, Han Fei, go make lunch. I heard that yellow-blooded sea cucumbers taste good. Han Fei. After returning to school, everyone immediately relaxed and felt at home. Han Fei, Lu Renquang, Chu Jinan, and Ling Yuan were working in the open air kitchen. Han Fei gave dozens of low-quality spiritual weapons to Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan. Although the low-quality spiritual weapons were not valuable to Han Fei, it was only relative. After all, many people in the level 3 fishery were still using something like magic weapons. Han Fei felt that he was much more generous than Old Bai. When they went to the level 3 fishery, Old Bai just reluctantly gave them a few swallowing seashells and some low-quality spiritual weapons. Han Fei said, today, I've been inspired and came up with a new dish, steamed fish head with diced hot red peppers. Lu Renquang immediately looked at him. Innovation? Let me have a look. Xiao Xiaochan said, I'm willing to eat whatever you make. Zhang Xuanyu scoffed. Whatever. By the way, won't we be like bullies if we participate in the 36 town exchange competition now? They were called back to join this game, but Han Fei didn't even understand why they should participate in it. He had heard old Bai and the other teachers boasted that the Thug Academy used to sweep through the 36 towns and almost conquered the 1,000-star city. But now, they had defeated the people from the 1,000-star city, robbed a dragon boat, and killed a hanging fisher. Why should they still participate in this low-grade competition? Luo Xiaobai wondered. It should be more than just playing a game. Of course it's more than that. Xiao Zhan appeared out of blue again, looked at the fish head first, and then said, "This kind of exchange competition is not difficult for you now. But this competition is the key to going to the unknown place." Huh? Even Han Fei couldn't help putting down the kitchen knife. To the unknown place? Luo Xiaobai asked. If we win, we can go to the unknown place? Xiao Zhan shook his head. Accurately speaking, most of the participants in the competition can go to the unknown place. Han Fei was speechless. Then why should we win this competition? We just need to join it. Xiao Zhan smiled. Being a father or a son, which one do you want to be? Han Fei didn't even think about it. Of course father. A son must listen to his father. Xiao Zhan said, so, your ranking will decide where you are after you go there. Do you still think this game is meaningless? Xiao Xiaochan asked, are people divided into different classes in the unknown place? Yes, this doesn't sound good. Zhang Xuanyu pleaded, teacher, what exactly is this unknown place? Can you tell us about it in advance? Chu Jinan and Ling Yu also pricked their ears. They hadn't even gone to the level 3 fishery, let alone the unknown place. But they were very curious about it because they had already been hearing about the unknown place. Xiao Zhan smiled. What's the hurry? Do you think you can go there right away? The competition will not start until a month later, so we will start class tomorrow. The competition process may be a bit boring, but you can just take it as a game. After the competition, you need to improve your own strength as much as possible. So, there will still be class time for about half a year. After that, you can go to the unknown place together. So according to Xiao Zhan, the real purpose of the game was just to get a better identity. What kind of identity? Why must they compete with the heavenly talents from the 36 towns for that? Han Fei felt extremely comfortable to sleep in the treehouse again a year later. How he wished he could sleep here forever. Except for Luo Xiaobai, the other 4 were forcibly dug out of the treehouse by Xiao Zhan. Besides, the way Xiao Zhan and the other teachers taught Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan was different from how they taught the Thug Legend team. At this moment, Chu Jinan and Ling Yu were sitting on the grass with them, listening to Xiao Zhan bragging. No. Giving them a lecture. Xiao Zhan said, do you know why we haven't given you any normative education since you entered the Thug Academy? Han Fei muttered, I don't care. Xiao Zhan glared at him. Han Fei, stand up and listen to the class. Don't give me that cheeky smile. Han Fei? So Xiao Zhan punished him as a warning to others. Now everyone else was sitting, but only he was standing. Xiao Zhan was quite satisfied and continued to give the lecture. Schools and teachers are supposed to pass knowledge on. However, you are not ordinary people. This teaching method doesn't suit you. So we just guide you to explore, cultivate, fight, comprehend. And in the end, we will help you integrate and become an invincible whole. Xiao Zhan chattered for a long time before he said leisurely, for now. Although your path of cultivation is rough, it's generally smooth. Before you went to the level 3 fishery, we had discussed whether or not to give you enough shelter. If we did, you might be safer, but would lose that enterprising heart. As a result, as you see, that's why the disciples of the 7 major sects in the 1,000-star city were no match for you at all. Zhang Xuanyu said, Teacher, do you know that I was caught as soon as I entered the level 3 fishery? If it weren't for the fact that I was smart enough, I wouldn't have been able to come back. Xiao Zhang glanced coldly. Zhang Xuanyu, stand up and listen to the class. Don't interrupt your teacher in class, understood? Zhang Xuanyu? Finally not alone again, Han Fei couldn't help casting a comforting look at Zhang Xuanyu. Xiao Zhan sneered. We have no shortage of combat skills, especially now. But have you found anything wrong with combat skills? Luo Xiaobai took the lead in answering, there are too many people in the level 3 fishery and too many different kinds of combat skills. But most of them are easy to crack the second time they are used. Xia Xiaochan also replied, as long as you are strong enough, even if others know what combat skills you have, they are useless. Han Fei followed. I found that as long as the combat skill level is high enough, it can be very strong. Xiao Zhan suddenly waved his fishing rod and a stone weighing tens of tons smashed on Han Fei's head. Quiet and listen. Han Fei was speechless. Teacher, I think you're picking on me. Zhang Xuanyu immediately shut his mouth tight and dared not to say a word. He didn't want to carry a huge stone to listen to the class, which was damn shameful. Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan couldn't help moving a bit away from Han Fei, for fear that the stone would drop and hit them on the head. Xiao Zhan glared at Han Fei. Let me tell you, when you are still a dangling fisher, you will feel that the more combat skills you practice, the better. But now that you have met the people from the 1,000-star city, I guess you must have found that most of them only practice 1 or 2 combat skills. As you grow up, many of the previously good combat skills will be abandoned by you until you find the combat skills most suitable for you. Lu Renquang nodded. Yes, I found the sky swallowing technique is good. It quite suits me. Xiao Zhan kicked him and said, stand up and listen to the lesson. Humph. You're an armorist, but have you had a thorough grasp of the armor art? As for the sky swallowing technique, if you encountered a flexible hunter like Xia Xiaochan, can it block her stabbing? Then Lu Renquang joined Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu. Lu Renquang said weakly, doesn't that mean that we have cultivated so many combat skills for nothing? Xiao Zhan shook his head. Of course not. When you are still dangling fishers, the more combat skills, the better. As long as you can grasp them, the more, the better. But, as you grow up, you'll need to simplify them until there is only one technique left. Zhang Xuanyu murmured, Teacher, how can it be simple? This is the path I take, and I don't even think about how to continue to evolve the 9-layered waves in the furious sea. Xiao Zhan sneered, that's because you knew too few combat skills. 9 seems to be the largest, but what about integrating them into one? Zhang Xuanyu said, I tried it. After integrating them into one, whether in durability or strength, it was not as good as the 9-layered waves in the furious sea. Xiao Zhan shrugged. Come fight against me tomorrow. Zhang Xuanyu's eyes lit up. Okay. Han Fei's eyes also lit up. Teacher, what about me? Can I also try this? I have both knife and fist techniques. Can I integrate them into one? Luo Xiaobai and the others couldn't help turning their heads because another huge rock flew over. Xiao Zhan frowned. What are you talking about? A fist is a fist, and a knife is a knife. Your physique is strong, so you should learn more close quarter combat skills. You just need to grasp the techniques you've already got, okay? Don't think too much. Xiao Zhan said, don't think we don't know what you did in the level 3 fishery. Now I will call the shots. Whoever I call shall report to the President or Miss Wenren. He continued, first of all, it is Han Fei. You have the strongest physique. And the overbearing fighting style suits you best. But considering that you're also a spirit gatherer, you should also practice knife and sword techniques. But you are too blundering and haven't grasped the combat skills well enough. Although you are not weak, you haven't fully tapped your potential. Now you seem to be invincible. But if you do not change, one day you will pay for it. Okay, reflect on it for an hour and then report to the president. Han Fei. Then Xiao Zhan commented on each of them. Lu Renquang, you are not weak and have a lot of combat skills, but your capability is too limited. As an armorist, you should have the greatest combat power among the 5, but you don't. You lack the ability to fight in close quarters. Come back to me half a month later. In the following half a month, go to the library to find 5 close-quarter combat skills for armorists, and master them. Zhang Xuanyu, your attacking method is too monotonous. You integrated all combat skills into the one you created yourself, but it doesn't have a multiplicative effect, indicating that you haven't mastered the combat skills well enough. Besides, your soul power is not enough and you lack the means of attack. Come to me tomorrow. Xia Xiaochan, the thing about you is that you're quick. You are the strongest. In terms of speed among the 5 of you, your attack is not weak, your reaction time is fast, and your stealth effect is good. However, you lack an offensive combat skill that gets the most out of your strength. So, when you meet a real genius or a body refiner like Han Fei, your attack doesn't work. Well. Okay, go report to Miss Wenren. Luo Xiaobai, your talent lies in calmness and good judgment. That's your advantage in team battles, and you can easily control the overall situation. However, when fighting alone, you lack effective combat methods and can only count on spiritual plants to catch enemies by surprise. Once someone is not afraid of this, you will be in trouble. Go to Miss Wenren with Xia Xiaochan. When Xiao Zhan was commenting, he spoke quickly, which surprised Han Fei. Xiao Zhan hadn't seen them for a year, but he could comment on the advantages and disadvantages of each person. Did this guy sneak to the level 3 fishery too? Peep on them? Xiao Zhan also added, well, let me comment on Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan by the way. As for Ling Yuan, you are the opposite of Lu Renquang. You learned too many armorist skills, but haven't found a direction most suitable for you until now. From now on, fight against Lu Renquang 3 times a day. 1 minute less, you won't be allowed to eat. And, Chu Jinnan, you're too simple-minded and sometimes even naive. You can't remain like this. You need to learn from Han Fei. When you can be as shameless as him, we won't be worried about you. Puff. Han Fei immediately screamed, Teacher, you are too much. How can you slander me? I'm also simple-minded and even naive. Don't add any more stones. I can't carry them anymore. Xiao Zhan nodded with satisfaction. Yes, remember, teacher experience too. Your junior brother. You are very experienced in this aspect. Also, you'll have to arouse the ferocity in him. Chu Jinan was dumbfounded. Arouse. The ferocity in me? The class didn't last long. As Xiao Zhan said, he had given guidance and they should comprehend it by themselves. Before leaving, he said coldly to Han Fei, stand for an hour before you leave. Lu Renquang, the bastard, threw the stone on Han Fei, and ran to the library, saying that he was going to look for combat skills suitable for him. Xiao Xiaochan and Luo Xiaobai went to Wenrinyu. Zhang Xuanyu didn't wait until tomorrow, but followed Xiao Zhan away, saying that he was going to discuss how to integrate his combat skills into one with Xiao Zhan. Only Chu Jinan and Ling Yu had nothing to do. The two of them had just returned from the arena. Just as the two of them exchanged a glance and were about to slip away, Han Fei said leisurely, Chu Jinan. Chu Jinan hurriedly straightened up. Yes, senior brother. Did you win or lose the fight today? Chu Jinan quickly said, I won. Han Fei raised his brows. Oh? How many games have you won? I won the 68th game. Han Fei looked at Ling Yuan. How about you? Ling Yuan paused for a moment, and then said, Senior brother Han Fei, just like him, I won the 68th game. Han Fei's eyes rolled. Well, do you know where the hexagon starfish is? Ling Yuan said, he is in Mr. Xiao Zhan's bull conch pit. Han Fei was surprised. No wonder I haven't seen him until now. Why did he go to the bull conch pit? Ling Yuan was also a little puzzled. He seems to be making friends with the bull conches. Han Fei was speechless. Why did this guy go to make friends with food? Han Fei nodded and suddenly asked, Hey, do you know why you have only won 68 games until now? Ling Yuan said, because our opponents often change and we need to be more attentive. Han Fei shook his head. No, Chu Jinan, what do you think? Chu Jinan thought, my answer is similar to that of Ling Yuan. However, since senior brother asked such a question, he definitely wants me to give him the answer he wants. Mr. Xiao Zhan seemed to have said that senior brother Han Fei was very shameless, so praising him should be a good choice. So Chu Jinan said, because we are not as excellent as senior brother. Huh? Han Fei actually blushed, thinking to himself, oh, does this kid always tell the truth? Han Fei kept a straight face. No, it's because you don't have enough pressure. Only when there is pressure, there is motivation. Only when you are motivated, you will go to study and explore, and then you will become excellent. Do you agree with me? Chu Jinan thought for a long time and then glanced at Ling Yuan. Yes? Han Fei said with joy, okay, then don't move. Let me give you a little pressure. Take it. Then the large stone weighing 10,000 caddies was moved onto Chu Jinan's head. He was completely stunned. Is this the so-called pressure? Ling Yu cursed secretly, you're really shameless, you liar. When Ling Yuan wanted to slip away, Han Fei said solemnly, Ling Yuan, do you know Xiang Zuozhua from the first academy? Ling Yuan nodded awkwardly. Yes. Do you have the confidence to surpass her? Ling Yuan nodded. Of course, I will surpass her. Han Fei praised, good, very ambitious. But that woman has a lot of strength. And your strength is still very little. Let me exercise you. Take it. Ling Yuan? In the blink of an eye, Ling Yu also carried a large stone on her head, weighing 10,000 caddies. Was it heavy? sure. When Han Fei was still an advanced great fishing master, he could only lift 20,000 caddies, not more than 30,000 caddies. If he kept holding such a stone for an hour, he would definitely get a backache and leg cramps. When there was only one stone on Han Fei's head, he was much relieved, saying cheerfully, "Very good. Chu Jinan, it seems that your physique has indeed improved a lot." Huh? Why are you sweating? Is the stone too heavy? Ling Yuan secretly rolled her eyes. Don't you know why he is sweating? Han Fei said, today we are just trying a little bit. Come and run with me. Let's carry the stones back to the mountain. Puff. As the junior brother and junior sister, what else could they do except run? But it was really torturous to run carrying a stone weighing 10,000 caddies. Who would be so stupid as to do this? After running 2 steps, Han Fei suddenly turned his head, his expression changed, and he said fiercely, "You can still run? It seems that you haven't reached your limit. Come, add another piece." In the past, Chu Jinan and Ling Yu were too weak, so Han Fei dared not to have fun with these 2 little guys. Now it was different. Both of them were not weak, and Han Fei thought it would be no problem for each of them to carry 2 stones. Remember to do this every day. Walk around the school, carrying 1 or 2 stones every day. I bet as time goes by, you'll be able to beat your enemies as easily as carrying stones. Han Fei even summoned 9 tails. Follow them. Hit whoever puts down the stone within an hour. After a year of cultivation, Chu Jinan's physique was no longer weaker than Ling Yuan, and even stronger. But now, the 2 of them couldn't run at all, as they moved forward with difficulty step by step. They were speechless. They were still more than 20 kilometers from the mountain. According to their running speed, when could they get there? But Han Fei didn't care. He was chewing on potato chips and walking towards Xiao Zhan's cabin. In the pit of the bull conches. Mud everywhere. There were 6 big shining jewel-like eyeballs in the pit. It was the hexagon starfish. He was enjoying the massage of the bull conches comfortably. Yes, bull conches were big and had the habit of tumbling, so the pit was so muddy. At this moment, the bull conches were gently grinding the 6 tentacles of the hexagon starfish. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Master Hexagon, are you having a massage? When the hexagon starfish saw Han Fei, he shuddered and his tentacles shook and threw a bull conch out. A cloud of water popped up in front of Han Fei. And he cleaned the bull conch, which would be perfect for dinner tonight. The hexagon starfish's big eyes kept rolling. You've been back? Han Fei smiled creepily. Yes? Did you think I wouldn't be back? No, I love living here. If you have something to do, go about your business. And I'll leave you alone. Han Fei smiled. I don't have anything to do. I just came to see you. By the way, I'm going to study the array technique. Just stay here and wait for me. Han Fei had always felt the hexagon starfish had an extraordinary talent for arrays. But this guy was too lazy and didn't seem to like to use it. For example, the killing array, was it true he really didn't know it? Not necessarily, it was just that the hexagon starfish didn't like fighting. Han Fei was determined to study the spirit-gathering array thoroughly from the beginning to the end, so he needed the big starfish's help. 1 hour passed. Han Fei found Old Bai. President, I'm here to report. Old Bai glanced at Han Fei. Show me your strongest combat skills. Han Fei didn't expect that Old Bai would ask him to do this. President, have we started? Old Bai snorted. Yes, do you expect me to teach you slowly? Come on, show me. And I'll give you some instructions, and then you can get out. Han Fei immediately became serious. This was the first time that Old Bai taught students in person. Han Fei immediately threw out the 99 blue sea wandering dragon daggers with all his strength. Huh. Have all of them had a spirit sealed in them? A spiritual weapon with a spirit sealed was faster. No ordinary peak level dangling fisher could resist nearly 100 ultra-quality spiritual weapons, even including Han Fei. Old Bai flicked his sleeve and the blue sea wandering dragon daggers seemed to be attracted, and like a long dragon, were rolled into Old Bai's sleeve one after another. No. Han Fei was stupefied. Where are my daggers? Old Bai's beard slightly cocked, and with a wave of his hand, the daggers rolled back at Han Fei. They returned faster than when they went, but fortunately, spiritual weapons would not hurt their master, so they just disappeared into Han Fei's body. It just seemed to outsiders that Han Fei had been pierced in the heart by the daggers and couldn't even fight back. Old Bai simply said, "You haven't mastered the million knife art well enough." The next one. Then Han Fei used the war soul art. He burst out 6 arrows in a row, but didn't shoot out the 7th, because his arms ached. But Old Bai actually gathered spiritual energy from the air and transformed them into swords, which collided with the spiritual energy arrows and shattered them. Then, like just now, 6 arrows were shot back to Han Fei. Han Fei quickly dodged and brandished the embroidery needle vigorously, but he failed to block the second arrow. It hit his back and blasted him hundreds of meters away. Old Bai was shocked. Huh? This combat skill seems to be derived from the war god Bao and seems stronger than it because it adds soul attack. Did you create it yourself? Of course, Han Fei answered yes. Old Bai nodded slightly. Not bad, the Bao technique is okay, but your shooting speed is too slow. This technique is not suitable for melee combat, more suitable for team combat. Next. When Han Fei used the majestic mystic spell and the draw technique, Old Bai was shocked. Leave aside the secret technique for now. What kind of sword technique is this? Han Fei began to brag. This is the ultimate knife technique I created. It expresses the intent of the knife, which combines with the emotion of the sword and exerts an extremely powerful force. Bam! Han Fei was slapped into the air by Old Bai. Old Bai said, "Cut the crap. The intent of the knife? Have you mastered the real knife intent? You don't even know that the knife intent and knife emotion are the same things. This knife does contain knife intent, but it is not complete. You're just a dabbler in this respect. If you continue to study it, it'll be okay, but you don't seem to take it seriously." After grabbing Han Fei back, Old Bai said, "I heard that you still have a fist technique. Show me now." Being slapped in the head, Han Fei was a little dizzy, and he said, turning his neck, "President, then take it." As he was preparing to blast out the sacrificing punch, Old Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt a soaring murderous intent. This fist technique was definitely created under an imminent threat of death. When Han Fei finally threw out the punch, huge energy swept over 100 meters and its impact spread to kilometers, causing Xiao Zhan and Wenrinyu to fly into the sky to see what happened. Boom! Old Bai grabbed the fist mark with one hand, stepped on his foot, and a defensive array appeared. The fist mark that was supposed to punch a hole tens of meters deep in the ground was actually locked in the defensive array, and the dazzling brilliance continued for several minutes. Han Fei was dumbfounded. "President, what kind of array is this?" Old Bai said with a gloomy smile. "Why, wanna learn it? This has nothing to do with the array, but with the strength. You are too weak, so it's useless to you." Han Fei. Han Fei had shown all his combat skills except for the art of invincibility, because it was not perfect yet. Old Bai said leisurely, "This punch is good. However, the person who taught you this must have been a very domineering person. Others use this punch as a life-saving technique, but you use it to fight. You still lack some momentum and will. Don't underestimate this deficiency, which reduces the power of this punch by at least 30%. So much?" Old Bai sneered. "Yes. And, I don't know if it is just my head, but your punching speed seems to be a bit slow, as if you can't throw this punch out quickly at once. Because of that, its power is reduced 20% more." Han Fei exclaimed, "Doesn't that mean its power is reduced by 50% then?" Old Bai smiled. "Yes. So, it seems that you were not taught by that person on the spot, but got it by chance." Han Fei was shocked. He can even guess this? Are strong masters all so eagle-eyed? It was just as Old Bai guessed. He saw the fist mark and then learned it. As for why his punching speed was a bit slow, it was because of the essential difference between him and Ren Tianfei. There were no meridians in Ren Tianfei's body, but Han Fei had meridians in his body. Although energy was not only conducted through meridians, it would inevitably be blocked by meridians. Because of this, if his meridians were still there, he would never be able to use the sacrificing punch as perfectly as Ren Tianfei. In the distance, Wenren Yu and Xiao Zhan looked at each other. "Wenren," Yu asked, "what kind of combat technique is that?" "I don't know. It seems that no one has used it before, the level is not low." Old Bai glanced at the two of them, and then they jumped into the forest to go on teaching Lu Renquang and Xia Xiaochan. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "President, is there any way to improve these combat skills?" Old Bai thought for a moment. The war soul art technique seems to consume a lot of spiritual energy, but it works well in team combat. It may come in handy after you go to the unknown place. As for the million knife art, you lack a little knife intent. If you can blend in even a little bit of the knife intent, the power will be different. Han Fei's eyes flickered. He didn't think about it before because there were too many daggers, and it was not a simple matter to blend knife intent into them. But since Old Bai said that, he should give it a try. Old Bai suddenly asked, "Han Fei, do you have any experience in deducing techniques?" When Han Fei heard Old Bai's question, his heart suddenly trembled. Has Old Bai found out about his secret? Han Fei chuckled. "Well, yes, but just a little bit. When I am practicing these combat skills, I always feel a little uncomfortable, and then I will modify them a little." Old Bai was dumbfounded. "Modify them? And then they became suitable for you?" "Yes. President, you know what, I have this sixth sense, the sixth." Bam! Han Fei was slapped away again, and Old Bai just said coldly, "I'll give you a day to think about what I just said. Come to me at this time tomorrow." Han Fei was thrown to the entrance of the cave by Old Bai. He was speechless. So he was not even allowed to live in the treehouse? Han Fei simply sat in the cave. He hadn't noticed before, but it seemed that every combat skill of his was actually imperfect. It was just that they were too high-leveled or too powerful, so he had an illusion that he had cultivated all combat skills to the extreme. Han Fei wanted to deduce the million knife art. Among all his combat skills, only the million knife art was still demon-level high quality. He didn't upgrade it because this combat skill required too many weapons and was extremely demanding on his spiritual power. Once it was deduced, it might demand better weapons and higher spiritual power. And then Han Fei might not necessarily be able to meet its requirements. Forget it, let me wait for some time. At this time, Han Fei began to think about the knife intent and knife emotion. What is knife intent? Old Bai said that knife intent and knife emotion are the same things. Are they really the same? Intent, emotion. They do seem similar. However, the Knife Sutra read that the way of the knife was the way of man. In fact, this was the same case for all weapons. It applied not only to knives, but also to swords. The way of the sword is the way of man. Different people had different experiences, so they had different ways. 100 people used 100 knives, but the knife intent varied greatly. If one could truly comprehend his own exclusive realm, then this was actually not a realm, but a way, commonly known as the way of the knife. Han Fei sighed. He had only a day. What could he do in a single day? After sitting for an hour, Han Fei didn't figure out anything. So he slipped out of the cave and ran into the library. Lu Renquang was flipping through books, a whole pile of books. Han Fei was shocked. Quang, can you finish reading so many books? I don't have to read them all. I just need to find the best ones. The others are just for reference. Anyway, they all have something in common. Han Fei's heart shuddered. Wait a moment. Let me read together with you. After a while, Han Fei found nearly 20 books about knife skills, sat beside Lu Renquang, and began to read them. Lu Renquang asked with a dazed expression, "Are you going to read so many books? I also have some knife technique books here. Do you want to have a look? Go away. I'm reading a book." It only took an hour for Han Fei to flip through all the books. He had discovered that everyone had a different concept of how to use a knife. Some people thought that a knife was a killing tool. It must be sharp and full of killing intent. Some people said that a knife was an overbearing weapon. If you wanted to win, you'd gotta risk your life. Some people said that a knife was just a tool. A knife in different states is different knives, which could be domineering, sharp, or gentle. Gentle? I use the knife to fight. If a knife is gentle, how can I still fight with it? Then Han Fei found a combat skill, which was written by a girl. She said that the emotional knife was the most fatal. When it was domineering, it was invincible. When it was sad, it was repressive. When it was cheerful, it was fearless. Emotions were ever-changing, so was the knife intent. This is interesting. Chu Jinan and Ling Yu finally walked 20 kilometers with 4 big stones on their backs. At this moment, the two were hiding on the top of a mountain and whispering. Ling Yuan said with certainty, "I have a feeling that our senior brothers and senior sisters are going to be miserable in the coming days." Chu Jinan wondered, why? Senior brother Han Fei seems to have no problem carrying 4 stones. It seemed that he even went to the president for a fight just now. However, he must have been beaten badly. Ling Yuan sneered. "Are you stupid? They are all going to the unknown place. Don't you know what kind of a place that is? Teachers train them hard for. They're good. Chu Jinan still didn't believe it. But senior brothers and senior sisters are very strong. Although teachers haven't told us, I guess they must have done many big things in the level 3 fishery. Ling Yuan whispered, "Put your ear closer." Chu Jinan obediently listened. Huh? Chu Jinan looked at Ling Yu in shock. Really? Have I ever lied to you? So, they must have many enemies. If they just go to the unknown place unprepared, our teachers and president will definitely be very worried. So during this period of time, they will definitely train them as hard as they can, just like what they did to us before. What are you two whispering about? At this time, they suddenly saw Han Fei standing on a large stone tens of meters above, chewing dried fish and looking at them. Both of them were shocked. Why didn't they notice Han Fei even when he got behind them? Chu Jinan quickly said, "Senior brother, we have moved the stones back." Ling Yuan asked carefully, "Senior brother, you didn't hear anything just now, did you?" Han Fei smiled creepily. "I heard everything." Ah. Ling Yuan and Chu Jinan looked at each other at a loss. Han Fei didn't explain anything, and his expression suddenly became serious. Chu Jinan, as a manipulator, you have no vigilance at all. I snuck up beside you, but you had no reaction at all. Yes, that's my fault. Han Fei nodded in satisfaction and said to Ling Yuan. And you, Ling Yuan, don't listen to those stupid rumors outside. Yes, senior brother. Han Fei jumped off the stone and snapped a small branch in his hand, saying, "Well, you guys have been slacking off. Look, you can't go on like this. Now I will reduce my strength to that of an advanced great fishing master. Let's have a fight." Ling Yuan tilted her head. "Can we use our contractual spiritual beasts?" Nine Tails was so fierce. If contractual spiritual beasts could be used, she would not join in. Han Fei shook his head. "I won't need them, and I'll just use this little branch to fight you." Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan looked at each other. Although they were very quiet in the school, they were actually notoriously ferocious in the Blue Sea arena. Just like their senior brothers and senior sisters were. If they wanted to be stronger, they must not be afraid of fighting. Therefore, when they heard that Han Fei wouldn't use his contractual spiritual beasts, they both readily agreed. After all, they were all in the realm of an advanced great fishing master now. However, Ling Yu still asked, "Senior brother, although your realm is that of an advanced great fishing master, your physique is still a dangling fisher's. How can we defeat you?" Han Fei laughed. "Defeat me? Well, let's fight for an hour first. Ling Yuan? Chu Jinan?" Then Han Fei suddenly raised his head by 45 degrees and looked up at the sky, his expression melancholy. Ling Yuan and Chu Jinan were still wondering what he was doing, and then they saw that the branch in Han Fei's hand was suddenly filled with spiritual energy, as if it had become a sharp long knife. Ling Yuan shouted, "Nan, attack!" Chu Jinan's reaction speed was very quick, and the sea god grass suddenly erupted, covering all the nearby stones within a radius of tens of meters, and countless seaweed intended to entangle Han Fei's body. Swish! With a wave of Han Fei's hand, the sea god grass on the ground was chopped open, and the branch in his hand was flashing with a cold light. Copy. The mass of sea god grass quickly turned into a human form, and it seemed to change into Han Fei's appearance. Huh. What a weird combat skill. However, Han Fei seemed more excited. He brandished the branch in his hand and the grassman also did so and moved exactly the same as him. Fortunately, he couldn't simulate Han Fei's power. So, with only 3 slashes, the grassman was split into 3 pieces by Han Fei. At this moment, in Ling Yuan's armor box, the 7 swords shot out, darting at Han Fei from all directions. Han Fei put one hand behind his back and waved the branch with the other, still looking melancholy. However, none of the 7 swords could fall on Han Fei. Han Fei frowned. That's not right. My emotions are not passing on to the branch at all. Han Fei suddenly grinned and yelled, "Hey, junior brother and junior sister. Use all your strength to attack me. Otherwise, I won't be merciful." Clang, clang, clang. Ling Yuan threw out 2 more slashes, and the hilts of the swords were connected, rotating like a wheel, darting straight towards Han Fei. This was the most typical fighting style of tactics-type armorists. Han Fei thrust the branch in his hand forward, which was shining with spiritual energy, and unstoppable knife intent instantly filled the branch. Bam! The 2 swords flew across. Ling Yuan was astonished. Why was that simple stabbing so powerful? 7 swords in one. Swish! A powerful sword force stabbed at Han Fei, and at such a fast speed, the sword light suddenly emerged. On the swords, there seemed to be lingering sword intent. Han Fei screamed in excitement, "Great, take my blow." The next moment, the 7 swords exploded and Ling Yu was sent flying dozens of meters away, her eyes full of shock. 1 hour later, Ling Yuan lay on the ground. Stop it, senior brother." Chu Jinan sat on the ground. "Senior brother, why is your branch so powerful? It feels stronger than a magic-level weapon." Han Fei didn't seem to hear what the 2 of them said. Instead, he looked at the branch in his hands and murmured, No, emotions don't work. I naturally blended my emotions in, domineering, indomitable, fierce, and confident. This is something that the 2 of them haven't understood yet. How could they resist this? Han Fei suddenly raised his head, tapped his fingers, and poured 2 spiritual energy threads into their bodies. "Come on, now I'm gonna fight you with the strength of an intermediate, great fishing master." At dinner, Lu Renkuang was preparing dinner, and Luo Xiaobai and Xia Xiaochan were helping beside him. Then they saw Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan rushing to the kitchen like crazy, and Chu Jinan still shouting, "Senior brother, it's time for dinner. Let's have dinner first, okay?" Ling Yuan followed, "Senior brother, let's take a break. Don't repeatedly use those movements." Han Fei chased the 2 of them. "Don't go. Now let me fight you with the strength of a junior, great fishing master." "Trust me," Xia Xiaochan wondered. What happened to them? When did they get so intimate? Zhang Xuanyu shook his head. "I don't know. It seems that Han Fei made Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan carry stones." Lu Renkuang was puzzled. "Wasn't Han Fei reading books with me in the library in the afternoon?" The next day, when Han Fei went to Old Bai, he was slapped away by Old Bai again. "No, too disorganized. You add too many things into your knife intent. You have to understand what suits you best. Think about how you feel when you fight with others." As a result, Chu Jinan and Ling Yu became even more miserable. The 2 were battered by Han Fei with a branch the whole day. On the 3rd day, when Han Fei went to Old Bai again, he laughed out loud. When I'm fighting people, I've only got one feeling, it feels so good. Then Han Fei was sent flying again. Old Bai said, shut the *ck up. Take it seriously. Think of the road, what kind of road do you want to split with the knife in your hand? As a result, Han Fei caught up with Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan. From time to time, weird sword light swept across, cutting out a path, and all the obstacles along the way were hid away by him. Chu Jinnan almost burst into tears. Senior brother, I am a manipulator. Not a soul warrior. Can you ask senior brother you to fight you? Han Fei scoffed. Shut up. I found that you don't have many fighting methods. You can't go on like this. Let me teach you. Ling Yuan begged, senior brother, I found that you've already acquired the knife intent. Although you have lowered your strength, you are still way stronger than us. You're bullying us. Nonsense, the level 3 fishery is very dangerous. If you can't even block this bit of knife intent, how can you go to the level 3 fishery? Come as long as you can take this attack. As you can see, I'm using a branch, not a real knife, Ling Yuan. Ling Yuan and Chu Jinnan were not freed until half a month later. In the past half-month, they didn't even go to the arena but were beaten up by Han Fei at school from morning to night. They cried, begged, and asked for help, but no one cared about them. Today Han Fei and the other 4 were taken out of the school by Old Bai, and Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan were finally liberated. When the two had breakfast, they almost cried with joy. Only when the two sides were evenly matched it could be called a fight. But when there was a great disparity in strength between the two sides, it should be called abuse. They felt that they had been abused for half a month. Under that kind of mental torture, even the usually obedient Chu Jinnan was about to collapse. Chu Jinnan even said boldly that someday, he must beat the hell out of Han Fei. Not to mention whether his words could be fulfilled or not, after the last half-month, he was no longer that gentle, simple-minded Chu Jinnan. He didn't have another choice. If he didn't fight back, he would be battered harder. So he tried to fight back. However, although he tried his best to fight back, he was still battered hard in the end, which made him very sad. After breakfast, Chu Jinnan said to Ling Yuan, I want to go to the arena. Ling Yuan nodded earnestly. I want to go there too. I think I need to vent out. I have been putting up with it for half a month. Chu Jinnan nodded in agreement. Me too. This was the martial arts field in the center of Blue Sea Town. The building was tall and the site was large. Rows of thick stone pillars were as high as tens of meters, but there were pits everywhere in the ground like an old battlefield. As a martial arts field in a town, its role was not to allow ordinary people to exercise, but to be specifically used for large-scale events, including the selection of talented fishers, assessment of the managers of the floating islands, and competitions among schools, etc. This time, the 4 academies all gathered here. The presidents of the other 3 major academies brought teams of nearly dozens of people each. These people were mainly those who went to the fiery mountain last time, so they knew each other. Han Fei exclaimed, huh? Did they add some people? Zhang Xuanyu nodded. Some people seem to be a little old. Wenren Yu explained, during a year, the people who participated in the Flame Mountain trial had only 200 left, so they promoted some people from the top students in the schools. But the lowest qualification requirement is being a dangling fisher. So some senior students joined in. Xiao Xiaochan jumped in, our school has no grade. Wenren said, you have a total of 7 people. Why do you need to be divided into different grades? At this moment, many people were looking at the Thug Legend students. Especially Han Fei, he attracted the attention of many people. That was because Han Fei caused such a great uproar in the level 3 fishery. Most of the people who could come here today were dangling fishers, and only a few great fishing masters were among them. These great fishing masters were not here to go to the unknown place. They were simply brought over to gain some experience. He Xiaoyu, Xiao Wushuang, and their party were among them, standing on the edge. At the moment, they had no chance to fight in the arena. Han Fei felt a scorching murderous gaze on him from the crowd. No one knew how miserable Li Hani had been in the level 3 fishery. Most of the people stayed on the dragon boats or went to explore secret realms in teens. But Li Han was different. He was very confident with his talent and fighting experiences. But obviously, luck really varied from person to person. For many times, Li Han thought that he was going to be killed but then got a narrow escape. For example, after Han Fei came out of the steps into the sea, everyone went to chase Han Fei and forgot about him, which gave him a chance to escape. But he really hated Han Fei. If it weren't for this bastard, he might have gained greater opportunities. Xiao Xiaochan poked Han Fei with her finger and said in a low voice, I think we should have killed him when we had the chance. Han Fei grinned. It's okay. He can't be a threat to us. The presidents of the 3 major academies, plus Old Bai and the mayor, were standing in the middle, discussing something. Wu Junwei asked, haven't we agreed that all the students in the Thug Academy will be qualified for the next round directly? Why do you still come here? Old Bai said proudly, our school doesn't want to muddle through. Su Tianji looked around. Bai Kongyi, do you think this is interesting? Do you want Han Fei and the others to participate in this competition? Old Bai said with piercing eyes, I've limited their strength, okay? They are not allowed to use spiritual beasts, contractual spiritual beasts, spiritual weapons, or secret methods. What else do you want? Chu Mingxue was shocked. Really? Wu Junwei snorted. Bai Kongyi, you and I know that they don't need to participate. If your Thug Academy wants to make a name, you can fight at the 36 town exchange competition. They don't need to participate in this competition today, okay? Old Bai sneered. If the Thug Academy can't even regain our footing in the Blue Sea Town, how can we participate in the following competitions? The 4 presidents were in a stalemate, and the mayor tried to mediate the dispute. Well, let's take a step back. The 3 academies will compete according to the original plan, and the Thug Academy won't participate but will be ranked as the top 5. Old Bai protested, that's no good. If we don't even participate, how can we be ranked as the top? The mayor smiled. Mr. Bai, listen to me. Although the Thug Academy does not participate, the people in the 3 major academies can still challenge them. Chu Mingxue added, they can't use their spiritual beasts or contractual spiritual beasts, as well as their spiritual weapons or secret methods. Old Bai said contemptuously, no problem, but at least 2 people in each of your schools should go challenge them, or else, why did we bother to come here today? Wu Junwei and Su Tianji glanced at each other, acquiescing the proposal. In fact, they also wanted to see how far Han Fei and the other four had gone. The rumors from the level 3 fishery were too exaggerated. These 5 children killed a hanging fisher guarding a dragon boat? How could it be? After a moment, Old Bai came back and sighed. I have tried my best, but these people are as timid as mice, refusing that we participate. Lu Renquang said cheerfully, it's great to be in the top 5 without having to fight. Old Bai snorted. Nonsense, it's best to win on your own strength. Han Fei asked, hadn't they already made a ranking since we returned from the Fiery Mountain? Old Bai said, that's different. This time there will be audiences coming to watch. There will be audiences? Everyone looked at each other. So Old Bai, you just want to show off our strength, right? Old Bai said reluctantly, forget it. Later, when the competition starts, we will sit at the nearest place and wait for them to challenge us. Everyone? Han Fei suggested, President, I think we'd better go back and then I can use this time to comprehend the knife intent. Zhang Xuanyu also nodded. President, isn't it a bit improper for us to sit and watch them fight? Luo Xiaobai agreed. Well, President, can I go back to cultivate? Old Bai turned his head and glanced at them. Who dares to go? You will fight. On behalf of the Blue Sea Town. I'll see who dares to go. Everyone. After about half an hour, many Blue Sea Town residents poured into the martial arts ground one after another. Everyone was attracted by the in-town qualifiers of the 36-town exchange competition. When the whole martial arts field was full of people, the game officially started. The fighting matches would be decided by drawing lots, but it had nothing to do with Han Fei and the others. Old Bai and Wenrenyu sat on the judge's bench. As forced by Old Bai, Han Fei and the other 4 each took a stone and sat right under the judge's bench on the martial arts field. They sat so close to the arena that as long as they moved their feet, they could enter the arena. Many people were surprised. Are those people from the Thug Academy? Why are they sitting so close to the arena? Someone wondered, it's been a long time since I've heard about the Thug Legend team. Isn't it said that they are in the level 3 fishery? What are they doing there? Someone shouted, hey! Han Fei, what are you doing on the martial arts field? Someone laughed. Are you so desperate to join in? At this time, the mayor suddenly coughed. Well, everyone, be quiet. Before the game, after a comprehensive assessment by the 4 academies and me, Han Fei, Xiao Shaochan, Luo Xiaobai, Lu Renquang, and Zhang Xuanyu, from the Thug Academy, the top 5 in this competition, will represent the Blue Sea Town to join the next round competition. At the same time, before the mayor finished speaking, there was uproar off the field. Why? But the game hasn't started yet. Why are they already ranked as the top 5? The top 10 seats have been occupied by half. What's the point of the game? We don't admit these top 5. Yes, me neither. There were yells and shouts off the field, and they insisted on the Thug Legend team to join the war. The mayor shouted, everyone, quiet. Listen to me. Anyone from the other 3 academies can challenge any one of the top 5 students at any time. The winner will be listed in the top 5. There is no limit to the number of challenges. And the Thug Legend team will not be allowed to use their spiritual beats, contractual spiritual beast, secret methods, or spiritual weapons, etc. Also, they cannot reject any challenge. The audience present was stunned. What kind of competition was this? People from the 3 other academies could challenge the thug legend team at any time, and the latter was restricted from using their spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts? Someone was surprised. How strong is this thug legend team? The rules of the game are simply ridiculous. Some people wondered, could it be that their current strength is already strong enough for them to sweep the younger generation in the Blue Sea town? Some people nodded. There must be a reason for it. Perhaps they are really so strong. There were a few people who returned from the level 3 fishery. They just gave a wry smile. If you knew what they had done in the level 3 fishery, you might be scared to death. Someone secretly sighed. How could the top 5 of the level 3 fishery wanted list be comparable to the students of the 3 academies? However, some people suspected that if they were not allowed to use their spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts, their strength would be greatly compromised. For example, 2 intermediate dangling fishers, one's strength was close to an advanced or even peak-level dangling fisher after fusing with his spiritual beast, while the other couldn't use anything, and then there would be a big distance between the 2. There was a lot of noise in the martial arts field, but as the game started, the sound gradually faded. At least, no one had chosen to challenge the Thug Academy team for the time being. The 5 of them were so bored that they almost fell asleep. Han Fei sat next to Lu Renquang, and they kept chewing on dried fish, potato chips, and other snacks. Crunch. Crunch. Luo Xiaobai's face was black. You too, pay attention to your manners. Han Fei said carelessly, manners? Why should I care? Xia Xiaochan was holding a dagger in one hand and spinning it around so fast that only the hilt of the dagger could be seen. Zhang Xuanyu sat on the stone cross-legged, holding several books in his hands and reading. Recently, he seemed to be greatly inspired by Xiao Zhan and had integrated his 9-layered waves in the Furious Sea into one, but he still needed to make more improvements. In the martial arts field, the battle did not go on very fast, especially when armorists were involved. The fights could be very slow. At this moment, Li Hani had already defeated many people. In the level 3 fishery, perhaps he was not weak, but in the Blue Sea town, he was still the shining star. And he had learned a lot of offensive combat skills now, not just defensive ones, so he fought very fiercely. At this time, Li Hani had solved his 9th opponent. Suddenly, Li Hani shouted, Han Fei, I want to challenge you. The people in the entire martial arts field were refreshed. Someone shouted, great. The 5 little bastards have been sitting there and eating dried fish for 2 hours. Oh, I'm hungry. Oh. Someone finally challenged them. I am looking forward to the fight. Don't flinch. They can't use spiritual beasts or contractual spiritual beasts. Don't be afraid. Beat them. There was a reason for Li Hani to challenge Han Fei. He certainly knew that Han Fei was strong, or to be exact, very strong. When Han Fei pretended to be Fan Datong, he was only an intermediate dangling fisher, and he didn't use contractual spiritual beasts or spiritual beasts. But he used secret methods. This time, neither secret methods nor spiritual weapons could be used. Although Han Fei was an advanced dangling fisher now, he thought he could give it a try. Han Fei jumped up from the stone. He almost fell asleep. Seeing Li Hani picking him, he was overjoyed. Now he finally had something to do. Li Hani didn't know that Han Fei was very keen on fighting recently. If he knew the Thug Academy very well and learned that Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan had been battered by Han Fei with a branch for almost half a month, perhaps he wouldn't have challenged Han Fei. Han Fei leaped forward and jumped into the arena. He took out a small branch and said, "Hey, I have been tolerating you for a long time. With such a narrow heart, how can you achieve anything great?" Li Hani? The audience? Li Hani yelled angrily, "Han Fei, what are you talking about? You. Shameless hustler, today I'm gonna teach you a lesson." Then a high-quality battle suit appeared on Li Hani. Immediately after that, he opened his armor box and a high-quality spiritual weapon appeared in front of him. The two high-quality spiritual weapons were all Li Hani had gained in the level 3 fishery. He could have gained more, but because of Han Fei, he was robbed countless times. In the end, he almost lost all the money that he had to make money by fishing to go back to the Blue Sea town. In the martial arts field, Li Hani's preparations were much more than that. A phantom of a large conch emerged and fused with him. It was his spiritual beast, a mountain-carrying conch. Besides, he also found a shell that Han Fei had never seen as his contractual spiritual beast. This shell looked very sharp, was glittered with gold, and seemed to be an offensive kind of shell. Han Fei shook the branch in his hand and filled it with spiritual energy, and the branch suddenly shone with knife light. On the judge's bench, Chu Mingshui glanced at Old Bai. "Knife intent?" Wu Junwei frowned slightly and said, "Li Hani is good at defense. Even if he finds an offensive contractual spiritual beast, it should also have the offensive ability. It'll be hard for Han Fei to defeat him with a branch. Unless he has comprehended the true knife intent?" Su Tianji coughed. "Old Bai, isn't this going too far?" Old Bai sneered. "What do you know about knife intent?" "Knife intent varies on different people." "Who told you that Han Fei has grasped knife intent?" Chu Mingshui was shocked. "How could it be? If he hasn't comprehended knife intent, how can he win?" Outside the martial arts field, many people couldn't help rubbing their heads. Someone was surprised. "Isn't this a bit unfair? Li Hani is armed to the teeth, but what is Han Fei holding in his hand? A branch?" Someone frowned. "How can he win with a branch? No matter how strong Han Fei is, he can't break the mountain-carrying conch with a branch." While the audience was still talking to each other about it, Li Hani had already launched an attack. A spiritual energy arrow shot at Han Fei through the air, which was so powerful that it was comparable to an attack of an advanced dangling fisher. Li Hani asked, "Han Fei, if you don't use anything, how can you win?" Han Fei held the branch in his hand and flicked it at the moment when the small spiritual energy arrow fell. A shining knife light immediately shot out and shattered the spiritual energy arrow. Li Hani hurriedly shot dozens of spiritual energy arrows in a row, but still couldn't withstand Han Fei's casual fling of the branch. Hu 0000. Mountain-carrying armor shield. As the ground protruded, a large stone shield emerged from the ground and wrapped Li Hani. The sword in his hand was surrounded by broken stones on the ground, getting bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a huge 10-meter-long sword. Boom! Crack! The stone wall shattered, and the last trace of the impact of Han Fei's attack fell on the crystal shield and couldn't move forward further. At this moment, the giant sword had already stabbed directly towards Han Fei. The audience was dumbfounded. Many people wondered if the thing in Han Fei's hand was really a branch. How could a branch have such a domineering knife? Light? At this moment, when the giant sword took shape, its power was almost comparable to Lu Renkuang's bloodthirsty broadsword, and its power had surpassed the full blow of an ordinary peak-level dangling fisher. Han Fei didn't neglect the power of this sword. It seemed that Li Hani really hated him. The cost of this blow was not small. If this blow failed, Li Hani would likely have backlash. What did it matter to him if he got hurt? Han Fei backhand whipped with the branch like juggling, and the audience couldn't even feel if Han Fei exerted any force or not. However, such a casual attack caused the giant sword to be subject to powerful bombarding. Crack! 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 The stone giant sword broke inch by inch and couldn't move further, which stunned Li Hani. Li Hani shouted in shock, "Impossible, you are also an advanced dangling fisher. How can it be?" On the judge's bench, except for Old Bai, even the mayor was dumbfounded. Suddenly, the mayor said, Did he? Old Bai grinned and said, "Ha ha. This kid tries to grasp knife intent, only to accidentally fuse a little invincible fighting intent into his attack. He is really stupid. I'm so disappointed in him." Everyone? The three presidents' faces instantly turned black. They just wanted to punch Old Bai in the face. What did he mean? He was just showing off. What was the art of invincibility? They had only heard a little about it, but no one had seen it. Now you tell me this kid had grasped the art of invincibility? The mayor was also a bit displeased. I'm already a hidden fisher, but have never seen the art of invincibility, but now a student has grasped it. That's really shameful. Crack! As the shield armor shattered, Li Hani had already fallen flat on his back. Han Fei frowned and flicked the small branch in his hand again. No. Why is it the more I practice, the less knife intent there is? No, I have to go back to try on Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan. The whole martial arts field was silent, and many people's eyes almost popped out, their faces full of shock. Someone asked, "Bro, have we been deceived? Why do I think that the knife light Han Fei shot out was still in the realm of an advanced dangling fisher?" The person who was asked answered in a puzzled state, "You are not mistaken. My judgment is the same as yours, and the knife light itself does not seem to be quite strong." Some people said, "This is strange. If his combat power is not improved, why could he defeat Li Hani's mountain-carrying conch?" Too many people were shocked, including Li Hani himself, who also looked in awe. When Li Hani was dragged to the rest area, Xiang Zuozhua and the others had already surrounded him. Did Han Fei cheat? Lin Xingmu frowned as he performed treatment on Li Hani. He didn't cheat. It seems that the knife light was not just a knife light, but there was something else strange in it. Xiang Zuozhua shrugged. I think so. But seeing the fight, I somehow want to challenge him too. Zhong Yu agreed, it's not just you. I also feel this way. Then should I challenge him? I think maybe it will inspire me. Everyone was stunned. Are you sure? Can you withstand Han Fei's attacks? He Xiaoyu and the others who had been watching outside the field were also dumbfounded. Xiao Wushuang took a breath. Last time, when we were in the deep-sea jungle, Han Fei seemed to be using a punch. I felt that the punch almost suffocated me, and it was extremely terrifying. But now he just used a branch. Wang Baiyu added, I always feel as though something is wrong. It's too easy. For him. Have you noticed that when Han Fei attacked, his spiritual energy did not escape at all? Is this normal? Xiang Nan scratched his head. It's unreasonable. Even our teacher can't make such a knife light. He Xiaoyu scoffed. Your teacher is much weaker than Han Fei now. This was the truth. The teachers of the three major academies were not necessarily all-powerful people. So far, there were still a large number of great fishing master teachers teaching freshmen in these schools. Even the teachers for senior students, only a few were advanced dangling fishers, let alone peak-level dangling fishers. Just imagine, who would still be a teacher if you were already a peak-level dangling fisher? Why didn't they turn to pursue the road of cultivation, which was better than being a teacher, right? Then strange things happened. The ranking competition was actually easy, and the participants just came out to make a show, showing the people of the Blue Sea town how excellent the students in their school were. It was just because of this that old Bai ordered them to join the competition. But now everyone's attention was put on Han Fei. Xiang Zuozhuo was the second fisher who challenged Han Fei. However, she was defeated only after 3 rounds. After returning to the rest area, the first words Xiang Zuozhuo said were that there was a mysterious momentum in his knife light, but I don't know how he blended it in. Kong Yunfei also challenged Han Fei and was defeated after 3 rounds. Surrounded by people, Kong Yunfei only said, domineering, his attack is too domineering. Hearing it, everyone was dumbfounded. How could that seemingly mediocre knife light be called domineering? Then except for the Thug Legend team, almost all the people ranking in the top 10 challenged Han Fei. Some people got inspiration from the fight. For example, Qin Wuyin said, Han Fei's knife light has a special kind of sharpness, which is very mystic. Someone didn't sense anything, but when being asked about his feelings, he bragged, I see. There is a strong killing intent in his knife. Thus, the man was beaten up by the crowd. Even the other 4 of the Thug Legend team and the presidents of the other academies didn't understand it very well, not to mention them. This kind of thing was too mysterious. The competition was over soon. Under public gaze, Old Bai triumphantly led the Thug Legend team back to school, and behind them, everyone looked at Han Fei with surprise and shock. But Old Bai didn't explain it at all, enjoying people's attention and admiration. So, along the way, President Bai, can you lower the admission standard a little bit next year? For the Thug Academy? President Bai, I have money, and my son Zhang Ting can become a hidden fisher. In the future, can he go to the Thug Academy? President Bai, does your school accept auditors? I would like to pay 100,000 mid-quality pearls. President Bai. Mr. Bai ignored these people and walked out of the martial arts field arrogantly. After going out, Zhang Xuanyu said, President, so you just came here to show off, right? Lu Renquang nodded hard. It must be, but why didn't those people choose to challenge us? Old Bai said meaningfully, the main reason is that they were attracted by Han Fei's knife light. Han Fei, do you know what kind of knife light you have created? Han Fei was stunned. He seemed to not quite understand himself. Therefore, Han Fei bragged, the main reason is that I got a very important finding. We only used spiritual energy in battle, which was too monotonous. So, I blended in my immortal spirit, domineering momentum, noble character, invincible faith, and unyielding will. Bam! Everyone saw Han Fei draw a perfect arc in the sky as he flew away. Old Bai said with a black face, "This little bee asterisk starred? He is full of crap. It seems that he just found it by chance," he said to Han Fei, who ran back. "Although you seem to have reached a very special state in knife technique, there is a big problem in it. Your knife will not grow as your strength grows. Unless your invincible fighting intent is strengthened again, this kind of knife intent will be fixed, and it will be very limited. As your realm improves, it is easy to be overtaken." Han Fei said indifferently, "Now it's good enough." Old Bai snorted. "You have to be strong all the time to be considered as already having comprehended this knife technique." When Old Bai saw this knife light for the first time 2 days ago, he was shocked because he discovered a knife technique that didn't require one's realm at all. Although Han Fei was full of crap, he was right about one thing: he somehow had blended an invincible belief into his knife. Normally, the belief was just pure spiritual will, but this kind of power actually restrained the knife intent. Not only did it restrict the knife intent, it even prevented the spiritual energy from escaping, forming something mystic with the knife light. Even Old Bai didn't understand it himself. Based on what he saw, he was more willing to believe that this was something Han Fei accidentally created. Therefore, when Han Fei showed him this knife light, Old Bai reminded Han Fei to apply it to the million knife art. But so far, Han Fei had not succeeded. In Han Fei's words, he needed Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan's help. 10 days later. There were still 3 days before Han Fei and the others went to another town to participate in the exchange competition. After 3 days, they would go to a place called the Wind Thunder Town. At this time, in the back mountain, Zhang Xuanyu roared excitedly, "Come on, Ling Yuan, flash, use the sword rain. Beat him, beat him." Lu Renquang was beside him. While stuffing dried fish in his mouth, he shouted, "Junior brother, quickly change to grass. Come on, entangle him. Don't loosen it." Xia Xiaochan also yelled out, "Ling Yuan, activate a spiritual energy protective cover. Use the shield as a weapon. Hit him with the shield." At the moment, in the forest battlefield in the back mountain, Ling Yuan and Chu Jin were fighting against Han Fei. This time, under the strong request of everyone, Han Fei had to reduce his strength to that of a junior, great fishing master. Therefore, facing the joint suppression of 2 advanced great fishing masters. Although Han Fei's knife was very powerful, his response was not fast enough. At his feet, it had become a sea of seagrass. Han Fei simply didn't hide and now all the seagrass was entangled on his body, and the small branch in his hands was all bound by the seagrass. Ling Yuan had almost thrown all her swords and knives out, holding a huge sword in her hand, trying to strike Han Fei. Zhang Xuanyu laughed excitedly. "Ha ha ha. Fei Fei, you are finally going to lose." Han Fei said angrily, "Go away. I still have a trump card." Xia Xiaochan didn't believe him. "I think you don't have any more trump cards. Do you think Nan and Ling Yuan are ordinary advanced great fishing masters?" Han Fei was very annoyed at the moment. He had been besieged like this for almost half an hour. In the past, he abused Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan, but this time, he would be abused by his junior brother and junior sister. Because his speed was too slow, he had been suppressed the whole time. Even though he threw out a knife light, he found that it couldn't cut anyone anymore, but could only protect him. "No, my speed is too slow. What should I do? Speed up?" Suddenly, he came up with an idea. Yes, the void-breaking technique. A light flashed on the knife in his hand, and he cut off the sea god grass, and brandished the branch in his hand with a swish. Ling Yuan shouted, "Senior brother, give up. Your trick is useless." However, at this moment, she saw a flash of cold light in front of her eyes. And Han Fei's knife light had suddenly reached her. Chu Jinan was dumbfounded. How is that possible? Xiao Shaochan suddenly exclaimed, "Shadowless blade." Han Fei, did you secretly learn my shadowless blade? When Han Fei's knife light cut through the air, everyone knew he was going to win again. Xiao Shaochan dragged Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang. Don't even think about slipping away. Admit defeat and give me money. Yes, under the pressure of Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang, Han Fei reduced his strength to that of a junior, great fishing master. Then the two bet Xia Shaochan for 10,000 mid-quality pearls. Zhang Xuanyu clapped his thigh and sighed. Nan, why didn't you hold Han Fei? Lu Renkuang said with a sad face, Ling Yuan, your armor skills are not good enough. Your attack is too weak. You should whip him, Chu Jinan was almost crying. I had tried my best, okay? The sea god grass almost drowned Han Fei. But his knife light was so powerful. I'm not to blame. Ling Yuan sank to the ground. I quit. Senior brother, you're bullying us. And you stole Sister Shaochan's shadowless blade. Luo Xiaobai said, no, it's not the shadowless blade. It's the 1,000-mile fishing technique. Of course, Luo Xiaobai did not join in their bet. To be honest, she was very satisfied with Chu Jinnan's performance. He had given full play to the power of the sea god grass, integrating entanglement, attack, duplication, and paralysis, which greatly restricted Han Fei's actions. If it weren't for Han Fei using that weird technique, they would have won this time. Everyone was surprised. 1,000-mile fishing technique? Zhang Xuanyu said in astonishment, what is that? Although I haven't mastered it yet, the 1,000-mile fishing technique used by dangling fishers seems to be able to break through only one space point, right? Lu Renkuang nodded hard. Yes, how could he use that technique on his big knife light? Xiao Shaochan looked at Han Fei with piercing eyes. Is it really not the shadowless blade? Han Fei lowered his head, his body trembling slightly. Zhang Xuanyu waved his hand in front of Han Fei's eyes and asked, Fei, what's wrong with you? Han Fei suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Old Bai. Then with a swish, Han Fei rushed to the school gate. Everyone was startled by his movement. Let's go, and have a look. Old Bai was eating strawberries. When he heard Han Fei yell, he sneered, his face full of disdain. Wen Renyu and Xiao Zhan were alarmed and flew up to the sky, looking at the door. Han Fei rushed all the way to Old Bai. When he was still several hundred meters away, he suddenly roared and blasted out the sacrificing punch. The huge flame fist disappeared instantly, but in the next second, the fist mark appeared in front of Old Bai. Old Bai quickly blocked the fist mark, and the chair under his butt had been crushed. But his reaction speed was extremely fast, and the moment he touched the fist mark, a defensive array had already appeared, which only took him milliseconds to set. Crushing Han Fei's fist, Old Bai said with a black face, are you crazy? You broke my chair. Make me a new one, the kind that can rock. Han Fei said carelessly, President, what do you think of the latest technique I have come up with? Isn't it very powerful? With that said, Han Fei grabbed a twig and swung it several times, and as a result, a series of knife lights appeared 100 meters away. Xiao Shaochan flashed over, and when the knife lights came out, she exclaimed, Sure enough, it's not the shadowless blade, but it's not like the 1,000-mile fishing technique either. Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan followed, only feeling that this senior brother was a monster. If he used this trick in the beginning, even if he reduced his strength by 2 realms more, they would still be unable to beat him. At this moment, the two only felt that their lives were full of frustration. In the arena, they were the fearsome twin stars from the Thug Academy, but in the school, they were like poor little animals being abused. Han Fei was very excited about his epiphany. Just now, he suddenly wondered, why couldn't he use the knife light and fist mark like a fishing hook? So, he tried it with the void-breaking technique. The results were surprisingly good. It could make up for the sacrificing fist's shortcoming in speed and restored the 70% of its power, which was really gratifying. Xiao Zhan fell from the sky and looked at Han Fei for a while. When he walked to the place where Han Fei's knife lights had just swept through, he gave a slight cry of surprise. Wenren Yu was a little surprised too. Have you thoroughly mastered the 1,000-mile fishing technique? Han Fei nodded. Yes. But, it's not that far. It was probably 10 miles before, but it should be a bit longer now. Old Bai snorted slightly. It's less than 30 miles from the bull conch pit. Try fishing for 1 bull conch here. Han Fei didn't know why, but since Old Bai had said so, he took out his fishing rod and tried it. However, as Han Fei swung his fishing rod, the hook fell 20 miles away and failed to catch the hexagon starfish. At this moment, the hexagon starfish was enjoying the massage of bull conches, not realizing at all that someone was trying to fish for him. Xiao Zhan scoffed. B*****. Old Bai shrugged. Alas. Forget it, so were you simply lucky just now? Han Fei wondered, huh? Lucky? I'm just not very proficient now. When I become more proficient, I will definitely be able to do it. Old Bai shook his head and said, I thought you had mastered the 1,000-mile fishing technique, but that doesn't seem to be the case. You just tore that point apart. Everyone? Old Bai said, the ability you have acquired just now is not new, but a bit rare. It is not new because the combat skill or ability you have learned is called air-breaking strike. Normally, all hidden fishers can do it. Han Fei's eyes lit up. That's enough. I can do something only hidden fishers can do. Isn't that great? Old Bai said lightly, this combat skill itself is not unique, but I wonder why you can cut such a big opening in space. This is the key. If the opening is too small, this combat skill is basically useless. Lu Renquang scratched his belly. What does it mean? Wenren Yu explained, that is to say, the 1,000-mile fishing technique actually involves a little bit of space power. It can make tiny things like fish hooks and fishing lines break through space, so they can appear thousands of miles away. But think about it, if you replace the fish hook with a fist, can you still break through space? You can't, because the opening is so small that you can't put it in. With that said, Wenren Yu glanced at Han Fei. Han Fei managed to stuff his fist in just now, but this will inevitably affect the distance. This is why the president asked Han Fei to fish for the hexagon. Starfish in the conch pit. Han Fei failed. This shows that the longer the distance, the weaker his use of this ability. Xiao Zhan said indifferently. It doesn't matter. This combat technique is suitable for close combat. Han Fei, try punching the sky. Let me see how far your fist mark can go. Han Fei seemed to understand a little bit. Miss Wenren meant that the bigger the opening, the shorter the distance was. But although the distance was short, it was enough for close combat. What were the advantages of the 1,000-mile fishing technique? It was that it could cross 1,000 miles in a flash. If this was used in close combat, it was equivalent to increasing 1's speed of attacking. Han Fei threw out a fist mark again, but it was just a golden fist mark out of the art of invincibility. Han Fei used this punch to the extreme, which appeared 800 meters away. Xiao Zhan said with joy, nice. It can go quite far still. Han Fei, well done. As soon as Xiao Zhan said so, a dagger suddenly appeared in front of him, which really startled him. Puff. Immediately afterward, another dagger appeared 2,000 meters away. Xia Xiaochan kept brandishing the dagger in her hand. In the end, under everyone's stunned gaze, the dagger fell as far as about 2,400 meters. Wow! Xiao Zhan, Wenrenyu, and Old Bai all took a breath. Wenrenyu immediately said with excitement. Xiaochan, how did you do it? Xia Xiaochan brandished her dagger and said, just like what you said just now. I feel it a bit like my shadowless blade, so I tried to blend it with the 1,000-mile fishing technique. It's pretty simple. Xia Xiaochan was also very excited, thinking that Han Fei's idea was good. Old Bai put his hands behind his back. I'm going to the field to dig up some vegetables for dinner. Xiao Zhan was silent for a while. I'm going to catch a bull conch for dinner. They have almost become that starfish's servants. Xiao Xiaochan wondered, Miss Wenren, am I not good enough? Wenrenyu was surprised. No. You are more talented than Han Fei. However, the ones most suitable for this combat skill are probably Han Fei and Lu Renquang. Lu Renquang's body stiffened and he thought, what does it matter to me? I haven't learned the 1,000-mile fishing technique. How can I be compared with these two monsters? Han Fei was full of curiosity. He used the void-breaking technique, but how did Xia Xiaochan manage to do it? And her attack could reach more than 2,000 meters away. This was simply amazing. Wenrenyu just said lightly, don't pursue these skills too much. Don't forget your original intentions. Han Fei, did you just plan to practice knives in the beginning? Han Fei shook his head. He planned to study arrays, but he forgot. As a result, Master Hexagon had been living in comfort in the bull conch pit for almost a month. However, you don't have time to study anything else now. Take a 2-day break. And prepare to go to the Wind Thunder town for a vacation. Join in a competition, everyone. There were 36 towns under the 1,000-star city. Among them, the status of the Wind Thunder town was just like the status of the Heavenly Heart village in the Blue Sea town. It ranked the top among all the towns and was the strongest in overall strength. Aside from anything else, its strength could be seen from one thing alone, which was teleportation arrays. The Wind Thunder town had teleportation arrays to other 35 towns, but other towns only had teleportation arrays to the level 3 fishery and the Wind Thunder town. Even in a more developed town, there were generally no more than 5 teleportation arrays. Xiao Zhan was speaking to Han Fei and the other 4. Xiao Zhan said, "This time, our opponent is actually only the Wind Thunder Town, provided that you try not to use secret methods and ultra-quality spiritual weapons. If they agree, don't use your spiritual beasts or contractual spiritual beasts either." Old Bai coughed. "But, don't lose the face of the Thug Academy. If necessary, you can use them. It's up to you." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Okay." Xiao Xiaochan said, "Are the other towns weak?" Xiao Zhan said, "Of course not. There may be powerful characters in every town, but this is just relative. For example, Li Hani, that kid is not bad in the town. But in the 1,000-star city, he is very weak. In fact, even in the cloud-soaring town, the weakest of 36 towns, also has heavenly talents." Hearing the name of this town, Han Fei frowned. Lin Miao Miao was from the cloud-soaring town. He thought that the cloud-soaring town should be very strong. After all, Lin Miao Miao seemed to have been there for a long time when he arrived at the level 3 fishery. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "Teacher, is the cloud-soaring town really the weakest of all towns?" Xiao Zhan nodded. "Yes, the cloud-soaring town has been declining in the past 100 years. The main reason is that the cloud-soaring town hasn't selected a mayor for decades, which made it impossible for the cloud-soaring town to compete with other towns." Zhang Xuanyu said, "Why don't they select one?" Old Bai slapped Zhang Xuanyu's head. "Do you think anyone can be the mayor? Firstly, the mayor must be a hidden fisher. Secondly, he must be born in the town. Thirdly, all those who can be mayors come back from the unknown place. And of course, his strength can't be too strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to be a mayor." Han Fei said in amazement, "Isn't it said that very few people can come back from the unknown place?" Old Bai glanced at him. "Do you think that all the people who go there die? Some people do die there. The cloud-soaring town only had a new mayor a few decades ago, but he seemed to be disabled." Lu Renquang couldn't help but say, "President, we can't look down on the disabled." Smack. Old Bai angrily said, "Do I need you to teach me this?" There were still not many people on the teleportation island, but many people were seeing them off outside the island. Among them, most people hoped that those who went to the competition could win. As long as they won, the Blue Sea town would have more resources in the coming year and its ranking would be higher. Only a small number of people were reluctant to see them leave. These people were mostly the parents of students from the 3 major academies. They were not that concerned about the results of the competition. What they worried about was that after this competition, within half a year, their children would go to a place they didn't even know. The unknown place was a secret for most people. No matter how developed the intelligence in the Blue Sea town was, ordinary people had no right to know anything about the unknown place. Even the children of the big clans in the 1,000-star city actually didn't know anything about the unknown place before they went there. When the Thug Legend team arrived, shouts erupted from the crowd. "Han Fei, come on! Defeat them! Xiao Xiaochan, bring your violence out! The rise of the Thug Academy is just one step away. Brother you must make a name in the 36-town competition this time. Goddess Luo, don't fall for a handsome guy in the other towns." As representatives of the town, the Thug Legend team would fight for the benefits of the town, so no one would be stingy with their appreciation and encouragement. However, someone ruined the atmosphere. Han Fei said to the crowd, "Does anyone want to sponsor us?" We can bring you featured products when we come back, starting with 1,000 mid-quality pearls. If you'd like to sponsor us, you can go to the Fish Dragons to pay the money. Old Bai and the others were taken aback. Excuse me? The people seeing them off were speechless. No F** King Wei, bro. However, immediately someone shouted, when you bring the featured products back, we will go buy them. Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, when I bring them back, are you sure you can still get them? Trust me, your investment will be worth the money. 1,000 mid-quality pearls. Okay, I can give you a discount, 998 will be enough. Only 998 mid-quality pearls. So hurry up and sign up if you need it. However, in the crowd, large numbers of people rolled their eyes at Han Fei. Someone taunted, he must be crazy. I don't even have 998 mid-quality pearls. Zhang Xuanyu said, Fei Fei. Maybe the price is a bit high. This is not the level 3 fishery. Han Fei was stunned. Really? I thought that people were very rich now. Han Fei shouted again, ha ha ha. I was just kidding. Actually, not 998, not 888, but 98. As long as you pay 98, you can take featured products home. You won't lose anything. Sign up now, and you may get a mysterious gift. 100 low-quality spiritual weapons will be given out at random. For every 100,000 people who sign up, an additional 100 low-quality spiritual weapons will be given. What are you still waiting for? Wow! Someone exclaimed, really? Some people didn't believe him. How is it possible for you to give out spiritual weapons for free? Han Fei patted his chest and said, you have my word. Where are the members of the Fish Dragons? A dozen or so people immediately popped out of the crowd. Yes, leader, we are here. Leader, I'm always at your service. Leader, please command us. Han Fei said, remember to keep accounts. Remember to promote. You won't let me down. Will you? Yes, leader. Leader, you can rest assured. Seeing this, someone said, 98 mid-quality pearls doesn't seem too much. Maybe I can have a try. Someone nodded. Yes, it seems like a good deal. I can afford 98 mid-quality pearls. I wonder what he will bring back. By the way, is he going to travel? Hey! Bro, come, sign my name up first. This man thought that being the first person to register, maybe he could get a low-quality spiritual weapon. No one thought Han Fei was cheating them all. After all, the Fish Dragons were a new rising power in the Blue Sea town. They made tons of money every day. The Fish Dragons could absolutely afford 100 low-quality spiritual weapons. The members of the Fish Dragons were immediately overwhelmed by the crowd. Brother, come on, sign me up. Hey, I came first. Get in line. I was here already. I should be the first to register. Old Bai and the others were dumbfounded. Lu Renquan tugged at Han Fei's sleeve. Can this work? In the Blue Sea town, 100 low-quality spiritual weapons are definitely not cheap. They will cost hundreds of thousands of mid-quality pearls. Xia Xiaochan grinned. I have a lot of them here. Much more than 100. Almost 1,000. Old Bai stroked his beard. It seems to be feasible. Lu Renquan asked, 98 mid-quality pearls in exchange for a spiritual weapon? Isn't it better to sell them? Han Fei rolled his eyes at him. Have you seen anyone in the town spend hundreds of thousands of mid-quality pearls to buy spiritual weapons? Our purpose is to exchange those rubbish low-quality spiritual artifacts for money. Oh. Zhang Xuanyu took a breath. You are a real snake. Old Bai smacked his lips and thought to himself, if this kid were a full-time businessman, he would be very successful. Han Fei asked, President, since you and the teachers are so strong, won't you easily make a fortune if you randomly get something to sell? Why is our school so poor? Xiao Zhan smiled. You'll find out in the future. Everyone. In front of the teleportation array, there were as many as 500 people. The heavenly talents of the Blue Sea town were all here. In this exchange contest, the mayor and the 4 presidents would jointly lead. The team and the mayor shouted, "Let's go." The 500 people lined up and stepped into the teleportation array in order. Han Fei poked Xiao Zhan and asked, Teacher, why doesn't Miss Wenren, Chu Jinnan, and Ling Yuan go with us? The other 3 academies almost brought all their excellent students with them. A smile appeared on the corner of Xiao Zhan's mouth. They will go there someday, but not now. These 2 days, they'll have their own business to do. Let's go. It's time to show you off as the strongest in town. When Han Fei and the others arrived in the Wind Thunder town, they appeared on a huge indoor teleportation square densely packed with people. Under their feet was a carved bluestone fish sketch on the floor. The clothing styles of these people were only slightly different. It seemed that there was no special exotic charm. When Han Fei and the others appeared, they only attracted some people's attention, but they didn't look surprised. Especially when the Thug Legend team showed up, they didn't arouse any curiosity because there was only one peak-level dangling fisher among them. Luo Xiaobai. Not all the students who came to participate in the exchange competition had gone to the level 3 fishery, so many people had not actually seen Han Fei. At this moment, Old Bai and the 3 major presidents occupied an area of several hundred meters in the square, and the 3 major presidents were beckoning the students who had walked out of the teleportation array to follow the team. The Thug Legend team didn't follow the others though. They leisurely interspersed through the crowd and came to Old Bai. The square was abuzz with people. The receptionists, wearing plain gauze, were all peak-level dangling fishers, and they were all young. Obviously, the Wind Thunder town was well prepared to entertain the other towns. These peak-level dangling fishers demonstrated the strength of the town. These young people, each with a smile, looked very hospitable. Someone shouted, "Fiery Dragon Town, is the mayor of the Fiery Dragon Town here? Everyone from the Red Moon Town, please follow me. Everyone from the Million Gold Town, please gather up quickly. Dear presidents of the Divine Billow Town, please restrain your students. Triumph Town, Sea Source Town." All kinds of noise rang incessantly. Soon, a peak-level dangling fisher came to the team of the Blue Sea Town. "Welcome, Master Mayor of the Blue Sea Town." The mayor nodded slightly. "Where are we going to live?" The receptionist straightened his back and folded his fists, saying, "Master Mayor, the team of the Blue Sea Town will live on the 8th island of the Wind Thunder Town, in the Heart Tree City Inn. If everyone is here, please follow me." The mayor nodded. "Okay. Let's go." The teams were led away in all directions. Those students were full of curiosity and couldn't wait to have a look at the top of the 36 towns, the Wind Thunder Town. Old Bai and Xiao Zhan naturally walked with the three presidents. Han Fei and the other four followed closely behind, and they were not in a long line like the other students of the three major academies. Xia Xiaochan couldn't help but curiously asked, "Are there 8 islands in this town?" The peak-level dangling fisher smiled and said, "Our Wind Thunder Town consists of 9 floating islands. We are now on the central island. The other 8 islands are also quite distinctive. The tree core city you are going to is completely covered by forest. The island has a vast area of 196 square kilometers, with high mountains and flowing water above it, and underground caves below. It can be said to be the liveliest place here." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Are the other 8 islands also this big?" The peak level dangling fisher smiled. "No, the 8th island ranks 8th and is the smallest one. The area of the first island is almost twice that of the 8th island." Wow! Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. Isn't this too damn big? Even if this is the first town, its area is too vast, much larger than that of the Blue Sea town. Han Fei once suspected that even the Thousand-Star City was about the same size as the Blue Sea town. But now it seemed that he was really ignorant. Han Fei asked, "Mayor, why doesn't our Blue Sea town have a few floating islands?" The mayor staggered. "Are you king kidding me? Do you think I am the sea god?" The mayor looked back at Han Fei. "Well, when you become more capable in the future, you can catch an island and merge it with our town, and then we will also be very big." Han Fei grinned. "Why should I bother? I am not the mayor." Old Bai said leisurely, "You ignorant brats. Is this big? It doesn't even span thousands of kilometers." The peak-level dangling fisher, who led the way, secretly smiled. "Yeah, keep bragging. Thousands of kilometers? Your Blue Sea town is even not as big as our one town." Luo Xiaobai said, "It's really not that big. If it expanded 10 times, it would be narrowly qualified to become a city." The mayor and the 3 presidents all looked at Luo Xiaobai. "Little girl, have you ever been to the city? Do you know how big the city is?" As they chatted, they walked out of the palace-like indoor teleportation square. After going out, they saw 3 huge mountains towering into the clouds at first glance. The mountains were surrounded by clouds and mist, and their tops couldn't be seen at all. Someone from the 3 major academies exclaimed, "What high mountains! Wow, the mountains reach the sky. It's spectacular." The presidents of the 3 major academies turned their heads and stared at the students as if saying, "Shut up. You're losing face." The peak level dangling fisher's face was reddened and he was full of pride. He was very satisfied with the reactions of these students. Only Lu Renquang muttered, "What's the big deal about these mountains? Our school has 2 big mountains too, and we climb them every day." Xia Xiaochan whispered, "Exactly." Xiao Zhan's face was a little red. "The mountains in our school are less than 2,000 meters high. These mountains are as high as 8,000 meters. The peak-level dangling fisher asked curiously, "Does your town also have mountains?" Han Fei patted the man on the shoulder and said, "You are too ignorant. You don't even know that we have 2 sacred mountains in the Blue Sea town? Boy, you have to study geography." The guide? Everyone looked at Han Fei, including the mayor. He thought to himself, "Since when does our town have 2 sacred mountains? Han Fei began to brag. According to legend, in ancient times, there was a god who came to our Blue Sea town unintentionally. He marveled at the beauty of the town, praising that the river in the Blue Sea town was as pure as a colored glaze. He landed in the Blue Sea town and rested in the plantation inn. Our town, drank morning dew when he was thirsty, and ate spiritual fruits when he was hungry. When he looked up, he saw that clouds and mist were faintly forming peaks, so he exclaimed, "There should be mountains in this town." So, 2 golden-armored immortals 1,000 meters tall came to the town with 2 huge mountains on their backs, which were called Tai and Wangwu. Huh! Some students from the 3 major academies directly sank to the ground. Holy shit, I've never seen anyone who is better at bragging than him in my life. Li Hani looked away. Xiang's was secretly spat. Only he Xiaoyu at the rear of the team asked stupidly, "Is there such a legend in our town?" Xiao Wushuang hurriedly put up a finger. Hush! Xiao Zhan and Old Bai were stunned. Gosh! Is he talking about those 2 small hills in our school? The 3 presidents moved slightly aside, ashamed to walk with the delinquents of the Thug Academy. The mayor opened his mouth and quickened his pace subconsciously. As for the peak-level dangling fisher of the Wind Thunder town, he looked dazed at the moment. He didn't know Han Fei was fibbing at all. Looking at the pride on Han Fei's face, how could it be fake? Zhang Xuanyu quickly echoed, "Fei Fei. What does our teacher usually tell us? When going out, keep a low profile." Lu Renquan quickly added, "Yes, in case others covet our belongings." Xiao Xiaochan and Luo Xiaobai held hands and each took out 2 pieces of jewelry. Xiao Xiaochan asked, "Xiaobai, what do you think of my bell?" Luo Xiaobai grinned. "Exquisite." The peak-level dangling fisher asked, "Is it really that amazing?" Han Fei hurriedly coughed. Ahem. You didn't hear anything. I didn't say anything. The biggest problem with me is that I can't control my mouth. I'm too honest. Alas, brother, promise me you won't tell others, okay? The peak-level dangling fisher nodded. He couldn't help but wonder, are there any legends about the 3 mountains in our town? Well, let me check the information myself after sending them to the inn. Old Bai interrupted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Follow the team." Okay. The peak-level dangling fisher came back from his thoughts and quickly apologized, "Sorry, everyone, please come with me. Your inn is 1,000 meters away. Let's fly over in a fishing boat." Huh? Brother, can you take a fishing boat within the town? The students from the other towns had taken out their fishing boats and were rapidly flying to the sky at this moment. For a time, the sky was covered with fishing boats. However, there were thousands of fishing boats patrolling back and forth in the high altitudes. In Han Fei's perception, there seemed to be a threat from above, a strong master above the realm of a dangling fisher. When everyone walked out of the teleportation hall and looked back, the building looked like a huge oval pie, a bit like the bird's nest. But no matter what kind of a building, as long as it was big enough, it was enough to fool people. Xiao Zhan said, "There is a seal within a kilometer. Here." The peak-level dangling fisher hurriedly said, "Yes, our Wind Thunder town has a large daily traffic flow, so we set a seal to prevent some dangerous people from coming in." The mayor and the presidents turned around and said, "You go on your own, we have something to discuss. Remember, don't cause trouble." When they were all gone, the peak-level dangling fisher said, "Everyone, you can take out your fishing boats and take off. Please follow me and try to slow down the fishing boat." Lu Renquang muttered, "Why slow down? Let's be quick. Does the tree core city have any delicious food?" The peak-level dangling fisher answered, "It's because we can't drive too fast in the town. Otherwise, the sky would be full of beams of light, which would be very inconvenient for the patrolling personnel." Now, the students were led by the teachers from the respective academies. The Thug Academy had a total of 6 people, so they only needed one fishing boat. When the Ghost Speed Divine boat was taken out, the peak-level dangling fisher was stupefied. He exclaimed, "A Ghost Speed Divine boat?" With the exclamation of the peak-level dangling fisher, many people followed the sound. Some people looked indifferent, some were surprised, and some were shocked. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Han Fei, that's Han Fei." "What, where is he? Where is Han Fei? My God! That's Xia Shachan." "Damn, the Thug Academy, all the 5 students from the Thug Academy are there. Did they come back from the level 3 fishery?" There were too many people here, so at first, no one paid attention to Han Fei and the other 4. However, at the moment when the Ghost Speed Divine boat appeared, the first thought of many people was that wasn't the Ghost Speed Divine boat exclusive for the children of the big clans in the 1,000-star city? Many people had been to the level 3 fishery, and only a few had ever heard of the Ghost Speed Divine boat. However, there were only a dozen Ghost Speed Divine boats in the level 3 fishery. From this, it could be seen how much impact a Ghost Speed Divine boat would have on these people. The people from the other 3 academies in the Blue Sea town were a bit jealous. They already knew about this. This time, many people just took this trip as a vacation. After all, with the Thug Legend team here, they wouldn't have any chance. Behind, He Xiaoyu tugged at the sleeve of Zhongyu, who was among the top 10, and asked, "What is a Ghost Speed Divine boat? Is it powerful? Why is everyone so surprised?" Zhongyu took a look at the Ghost Speed Divine boat and sighed. "This is the best fishing boat in the level 3 fishery, and it can travel up to 50,000 miles a day. When you go to the level 3 fishery in the future, you will know how much." Xiao Wushuang looked stunned. "This fishing boat can travel 50,000 miles a day? Are you kidding me?" He Xiaoyu smiled and looked at the back of Han Fei on the Ghost Speed Divine boat, feeling a lot of pressure. She thought, Han Fei is getting stronger now. What should I do? In the sky, everyone was amazed at the prosperity of this town. In their field of vision, there were huge buildings, such as towers 100 meters high, water storage towers with a diameter of 1,000 meters, large outdoor arenas, and spiritual beast breeding gardens. The spread of the Wind Thunder town was almost 10 times larger than that of the Blue Sea town. Because the fishing boat's flying height was limited to less than 500 meters. Everyone could only vaguely see 8 floating islands around the central island. Some were higher than the central island and some lower. Suddenly, Han Fei saw a large bird that stretched its head and flew over their heads. A string of data appeared in his eyes. Name Peace Loon. Introduction: a large bird living on the cliff. Its wings can be up to 3 meters wide. Its speed is extremely fast, and it travels between the ocean and the cliffs every day. Its wings can break golden stone, and its beak is as sharp as a spear. It can hunt ordinary marine creatures below level 30. Level 33, quality regular. Contains spiritual energy 1912 points, effect inedible. Collectible none. Absorbable. A loon? Han Fei was stunned. He never thought that he would see a bird in the wind. Thunder Town. But if there were birds in the wind Thunder Town, why not in the Blue Sea Town? Sure enough, when many people saw the peace loon in the sky, they all exclaimed, "Look, what kind of creature is that? It can fly. My sea god, is this a legendary creature? The pattern on it is so beautiful. Is it a spiritual beast?" The peak-level dangling fisher, who led the crowd, secretly smiled and said in his heart, "How comforting to see your shocked and envious looks." Xiao Xiaochan also grabbed Han Fei's arm and shouted, "Look, look, what kind of monster is that? It seems weaker than us, but it can fly." Lu Renkuang was shocked. "Wow, this creature is so amazing, I wonder if it's delicious." Puff. The fishing boat of the guide swayed. "Who the hell are these people?" "You." King marveled at the bird for a long time and then asked if it was delicious. Han Fei said with a dark face, "Shut up, you ignorance. That is an ordinary bird." Huh? The man on the fishing boat in front turned his head with a jerk. "How do you know that it is a bird?" Xiao Xiaochan also looked at Han Fei in a puzzle. "Yes, how do you know that?" Xiao Zhan also looked at Han Fei curiously. How could he know about birds? Han Fei said, "Someone once told me about this kind of creature. According to the bird's flying posture, it will straighten its head and make it lower than its body, which makes it look a bit hunched. Therefore, this bird must be a loon. Of course, this is too esoteric for you. But as for birds, even if they are only level 1 and have no combat power, they can still fly. It's just like we humans have arms, fish have fins, and trees have branches and trunks. This is just a difference in species. What's so surprising?" Immediately, many girls from the other 3 academies controlled their fishing boats, to surround Han Fei. "Han Fei, tell me, why is there no such creature in the Blue Sea Town? Han Fei, tell me, what is this loon capable of? Han Fei, who told you this? Why didn't our teachers tell us?" Han Fei was full of disdain. Sure enough, knowledge was power. He had never thought that a bird could attract such amazement. At this time, Han Fei felt a sharp killing intent, and Xiao Xiaochan waved her dagger. "If you don't want to fall from the sky, walk away." A girl immediately said, "Xiao Xiaochan, it's none of your business. We are not here for you." Xiao Xiaochan stretched out her dagger. "Are you leaving or not?" Threatened by Xiao Xiaochan, these girls left reluctantly. The boys from the other 3 academies were all speechless. "Come on, these guys are from the Thug Academy. When did you get to know them so well?" After those people left, Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Renkuang, and Xiao Xiaochan all caught Han Fei. Zhang Xuanyu asked, "Fei Fei, tell me, what is that bird?" Xiao Xiaochan added, "What is a loon?" Even Luo Xiaobai asked, "I know this creature. In fact, there are many such creatures in the Thousand-Star City, but I don't know their origin and skills." Xiao Xiaochan was shocked. "Xiaobai, do you also know these creatures?" Han Fei smiled and said, "This is a creature that should live in a cold area. It can dive, swim, and hunt. However, this kind of bird is very stupid. Its Sound is unpleasant and it sways when it walks. But as far as I know, loons don't live in a place like this. They should live near the water. Then Han-Fei shouted, "Hey, brother, where did you get these loons?" The peak-level dangling fisher in front just shook his head slightly. "Well, sorry, I can't say it." Xiao Zhan sneered. "What's so mysterious about it? This bird comes from the unknown place, but the one you just saw is too weak. It is very likely that someone brought them back from the unknown place. Only after several, even dozens of reproductions, can this kind of bird become so weak." There was no hanging fisher among the teachers of the other 3 academies. And they had never been to the unknown place, so they could only shut up and listen to Xiao Zhan quietly. The boy in front of him smiled. "Senior, you are great." While everyone was still marveling at seeing a bird, Han-Fei was lost in thought. Do birds exist in the unknown place? Also, according to Xiao Zhan, the birds in the unknown place seem to be quite strong. So Han-Fei secretly asked Xiao Zhan, "Teacher, the 1,000-star city has existed for so long and by rights, birds should have been scattered all over the floating islands. But why can't we see any of them in our town?" Xiao Zhan looked at Han-Fei with a faint smile. "Tell me first how you got to know about birds." Han-Fei raised his head and was wondering how to make up a lie when Xiao Zhan said to him via voice transmission, "If someone told you, then you should have already asked him the question you asked me. If not, how did you find out?" Han-Fei rolled his eyes and replied, "Old Jiang told me. Once he got drunk and told me about the birds. When I asked him again, he didn't answer me." Xiao Zhan didn't ask, and Han-Fei didn't tell, so the thing was over just like that. However, Han-Fei felt that there were more mysteries to the fact that birds didn't appear on regular floating islands. It was like nobody ever used a fishing net in the town. Did they never think of creating that? They certainly did. How could there be no nets in a place where people lived on fishing? Han-Fei knew that there were nets in this world after seeing the spirit forbidden net, but it remained unknown why nets didn't exist on the normal floating islands. When the boat passed by the central islands, everybody saw a vast forest where the trees were exceptionally tall and thick. Some of them were even dozens of meters tall. The closer a tree was to the center, the taller it would be. Han-Fei saw a super tree almost 100 meters tall at the very center, which was surrounded by other trees like the moon around stars. Between the 2 floating islands were very thick chains. People were walking on them and looking at the sky now and then. When the boat flew above the forest, Han-Fei sensed that those trees had been hollowed, and people were living in them. Also, Han-Fei discovered, to his amazement, that many of those trees had horizontally growing branches that turned into roads people could walk on. However, while Han-Fei and the others sensed the forest with their mind, a boat flew close from the sky. Someone looked at Han-Fei and his companions. "Honorable guests from the Blue Sea town, please don't pry into the ordinary people's life with your mind. They can't detect you, but we can." Xiao Zhan nodded. "Okay, let's cancel our senses." The peak-level dangling fisher ahead was stunned. They could sense it from an altitude of more than 500 meters? Also, there was another distance of dozens of meters between the tree crowns and the living area. Could Han-Fei and the others sense the residents? The people from the other academies were all shocked. What? A perception range of more than 500 meters? Some people's eyes widened as they whispered to each other. Someone said, "Do you think it's true? My perception range is only 5 meters, and theirs is 500? Someone was appalled. 500 meters? Is that their upper limit? How can their perception range be so huge? Even the grand fishing masters who were here to attend the training sessions were at a loss. Perception? What perception? The regular students of the 3 academies didn't know what perception was. Yet, under normal circumstances, their teacher wouldn't teach them that until they became peak grand fishing masters or dangling fishers. It would only be interpreted and inculcated into them by the time those students were to set off to the level 3 fishery. In fact, their teachers wouldn't really teach them that, because the level 3 fishery wasn't a place where one's senses could be trained. But Han Fei and his companions were different. They ran into a rock-holding turtle when they were still beginner grand fishing masters, and grasped perception abilities when they were intermediate dangling fishers. After absorbing abundant amounts of soul crystals in the level 3 fishery, their perception range was astonishingly large. The peak-level dangling fisher who led the way thought to himself, "Thug Academy? Those 5 people seem really strong. They have only 1 peak-level dangling fisher, but their perception ranges are all greater than mine? Also, it's significantly greater, as my perception range is only 300 meters. The boat landed in the tree core city at the center of the 8th island. The team of 500 people was rather crowded. Behind them, the students from other towns were flying close too. They didn't realize exactly how tall the tree was until they landed. Luo Xiaobai gave an answer very quickly. It's 990 meters tall and 150 meters wide. It's almost entirely hollowed. The peak-level dangling fisher smiled, as this couldn't be kept a secret from a distinguished manipulator. He didn't say anything but simply extended his hand courteously. This is the best inn in the tree core city. Normally speaking, it's for the merchants of the Wind Thunder town, or the people from other towns, but the mayor has decided that the tree core city inn will be exclusively reserved for the contestants of the upcoming match. Han Fei and the others secretly complimented the mayor's generosity. The man continued, "Ladies and gentlemen from the Blue Sea town, because the Blue Sea town ranks high among the 36 towns, we've arranged the top 200 meters for you to stay in. Of course, only the students who are above dangling fishers can stay here. The grand fishing masters can go sightseeing there, but I'm afraid you'll have to stay in the regular tree houses around." Naturally, Xiaozhan was fine with that. Seeing that no presidents were around, he said matter-of-factly, "The Thug Academy will take the best place." The teachers from the other academies were quite bummed, but there was nothing they could do, as Xiaozhan's level was much higher than theirs. Also, Han Fei and his companions were the top 5 of the Blue Sea town. They were justified to stay on the top. Han Fei grinned. "Let's go to the top." There were stairs in the treehouse, but nobody was willing to climb 900 meters of stairs. So, although people from the Blue Sea town seemed to have been given the best rooms, it was a test on them too. At this moment, many residents of the tree core city were observing them. It was absolutely impossible to climb the stairs. Xiaozhan found it simple. He didn't even activate his wings, but simply stepped onto the air and flew to the heights. Everybody, including the peak-level dangling fisher, gasped. "A hidden fisher?" Someone said in amazement, as expected of a major town that ranks 12th. The contestants of the Blue Sea Town are led by a hidden fisher. He's strong enough to be a mayor, right? Next, Luo Xiaobai pointed her finger, and 5 vines descended from the top of the tree. Han Fei and the others grabbed the vines, and the vines automatically retracted and took them up like elevators. The peak-level dangling fisher was rather disappointed that he didn't witness other people's abilities, but he could tell that the manipulator was very strong to summon vines without causing any spiritual waves. Behind them, some people jumped upward. After all, there were plenty of branches, and it wasn't disgraceful to jump on them. Some other manipulators took elevators upward like Luo Xiaobai did, but their manipulation range wasn't as big as hers and could only reach the middle of the tree. Some went up with wind manipulation techniques, some asked other people to throw themselves up, and some controlled their weapons to transport them. The peak-level dangling fisher adopted the same approach as Luo Xiaobai did. He seemed to have a manipulator partner up above, so he didn't reveal his strength at all. On the top, Luo Xiaobai and the others were already in the room, which was fully furnished with natural ornaments. There were fish grass patterns on the door, and the windows were hollowed out. The bed was even round, like that in a themed suite. They claimed the second layer of space from the top. The problem was that the place was too huge for the 5 of them. How could there only be 5 rooms in a space of 18,000 square meters? Even a presidential suite wouldn't be that big. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Bro, this place is too huge. If we can't occupy it, can we invite other people to stay with us?" The peak-level dangling fisher said with a smile, "You can certainly do that. If you're up for it. You're free to make arrangements during the match." Xiao Xiaochan asked, "But you just said that the Grand Fishing Masters couldn't stay here, didn't you?" The man smiled. "It's only meant to reserve more living space for you so that you can have the best experience, but if you're willing to give some of the space to your Grand Fishing Master students, you can certainly do that." Suddenly, the man realized that the other people from the Blue Sea Town all went to the floor below. He was stunned. "Guys, you aren't with them?" Han Fei smiled. "Of course not. We're not from the same academy, and we certainly don't stay together." The man was shocked. "Wait, there are only 5 people in your academy?" He was completely dazed. "Are you kidding me? Other academies sent hundreds of students here, but you only have 5? Han Fei, however, laid his arm on the man's shoulder and said, "Bro, don't bother how we're going to stay here, and tell me all about your local specialties. I want cheap things, preferably 1 mid-quality pearl for each." "Well, about that, why don't you go shopping? There are plenty of stores on the ground. If you can't find them, we've arranged 20 tour guides who can show you around." Lu Renquang immediately said, "Why didn't you tell me that sooner?" Han Fei, "Let's go down and take a tour." Zhang Xuanyu said, "Let's go. I'm dying to go down. We live in tree houses all the time. It's boring." Luo Xiaobai nodded too. "This place looks nice. I want to take a look around too." Han Fei grinned and patted the man's shoulder. "Bro, see you soon. We'll take a tour first. You can welcome the others." Then, Han Fei and his companions jumped off from the tree like fish diving into the sea in delight. The peak-level dangling fisher was quite amused, as these people did not seem to have the demeanor of top experts. Before Han Fei and the others landed, they had found that many people seemed to be quarreling at the bottom of the tree. Someone roared, "Are you accusing us of seizing the cloud-soaring town's room? You don't have enough people to hog the floor anyway. What's wrong with making use of the additional space? Also, the cloud-soaring town ranks last among the 36 towns. You aren't supposed to be here in the first place." A woman in her 20s, trying to hold back her fury, argued, "It's the mayor of the Wind Thunder Town's arrangement. Are you questioning his authority?" The teacher from the cloud-soaring town seemed rather weak. Although she was an advanced dangling fisher, the teacher on her opposite side was a peak-level dangling fisher. Also, there were no more than 100 dangling fishers from the cloud-soaring town, but almost 300 grand fishing masters. Han Fei already realized what was going on. Since the cloud-soaring town had been weak, they sent a lot of grand fishing masters for them to learn from other people by observing the match. While Han Fei was still flying, he suddenly pushed Lu Renquang aside. "Lu Renquang?" Down below, the two parties were still fighting when they suddenly raised their head. The peak-level dangling fisher hurried to get out of the way as he didn't want to be killed by the crash. Bam! Lu Renquang landed and asked innocently, "Fei, why did you push me?" "Did I?" Lu Renquang was lost for words. "Do you really not know whether you pushed me or not?" Before Lu Renquang said anything, the teacher simply roared, "Which town is this student from? Did you not see the people down below?" Han Fei laid his hand on Lu Renquang's shoulder and glanced at the teacher. Before he asked a tour guide of Wind Thunder Town, "Which town is he from? Why is he so rude?" The tour guide was briefly stunned, wondering if it was intentional. However, as tour guides, they would love to see conflicts between towns if it was possible. It would be even better if they were involved in a fight. The tour guides could stop them when they must. It would be easier to tell how powerful these towns were in this way. Another reason was that the cloud-soaring town was too weak and ranked last. And the people of the Wind Thunder Town despised them at the bottom of their hearts. Before the tour guide said anything, the teacher had already snapped, "I'm a teacher from the First Academy of the Fiery Dragon Town. Where's your teacher? I'd like to speak to him and ask him why his student can be so arrogant." Puchi Xia Xiaochan couldn't help but laugh out. He's truly bold. Although he didn't know why Han Fei was intervening, Zhang Xuanyu had to support his brother. He smiled and said, "You think you can confront our teacher as a peak-level dangling fisher? You wouldn't even dare say anything to him." Han Fei said with a smile, "Tisk, tsk. Do you hear that? I couldn't have put it better." Lu Renquang also said straightly, "You are too weak to meet him." On the cloud-soaring town's side, they didn't know what to say about Han Fei's intervention. At first, the female teacher even thought that Han Fei only got involved by accident. But the students from the cloud-soaring town all felt great. Humph. The ranking of the Fiery Dragon Town isn't much higher. Why are you so cocky? That's right. You're too mean to occupy our rooms. It's outrageous that you ask grand fishing masters to stay on the same floor with the dangling fishers. Is the Wind Thunder Town not going to take care of this? The tour guide from the Wind Thunder Town said, "Of course we'll take care of it, but since you have some empty rooms, we can't totally reject the Fiery Dragon Town's request. We've already sent someone to ask." The tour guide spoke sincerely and gently. Nobody could be angry with him for what he said. The tour guide said, Ms. Ling Ling, would you rather wait for a moment? The tour guide on the fiery dragon town side also said, Mr. Xuanan, let's not make things ugly. You're all guests here. Why don't you wait for a moment? Han Fei frowned. What's the point of waiting? A mayor couldn't unsay what he had already said. The space that he promised the cloud-soaring town wouldn't be assigned to other people at all. Those tour guides were simply dawdling. Did they want to start a fight? Han Fei smiled and said, Hey, it seems that the mayor of the Wind Thunder town isn't authoritative enough. Luo Xiaobai furrowed her brows. By logic, the fiery dragon town shouldn't take the cloud-soaring town's rooms. Xuanan, from fiery dragon town, sneered. We'll see about that, but I'm more interested in you than the rooms right now. Which town are you from? Han Fei scoffed. The Blue Sea town. What do you think? Immediately, a student from fiery dragon town sneered. The Blue Sea town only. Ranks 12th, and you're so arrogant? The fiery dragon town ranks 18th, but we're stronger than you, aren't we? That's right. Only one of you is a peak-level dangling fisher, and the other four are all advanced dangling fishers. Are you really from a major town? Ranking 12th? Someone laughed. Chances are that they'll drop to the 22nd place after the match. Ha ha ha. Students were the harshest of all. They were in the most immature phase of life, and usually, they would consider everybody who wasn't on their side an enemy when they defended their interests and reputation. Xia Xiaochan was exactly one of those bad-tempered students. She had even stabbed Han Fei a lot. Why would she make those people exceptions? Shua. Oh. Ah. Xia Xiaochan appeared among the students on her opposite side after a blink and stabbed 2 of them. Then she flashed back before anybody realized what happened. Xuanan was greatly shocked. Asshole, you are disrespectful and disobedient. You dare to attack the students of the fiery dragon town? As he talked, Xuanan had already snatched Xia Xiaochan, despite the persuasion of the tour guide of Wind Thunder Town. Bam! A golden fist flashed and blew Xuanan dozens of meters away. Xuanan was greatly shocked after he regained balance. Did the young man do this a moment ago? Was an advanced dangling fisher capable of doing this? The tour guides of the Wind Thunder Town, who were about to mitigate the situation, all shut up and looked at Han Fei with great interest. The punch was so fast just now that they saw that the leading teacher of the fiery dragon town was blown away after one flash. Was that really something an advanced dangling fisher could do? Han Fei sneered. Now, do you think the Blue Sea town is worthy? Before the team of the fiery dragon town, a few other teachers stepped out. Someone scolded him. Boy, how dare you? Someone roared furiously. The Blue Sea town is truly arrogant. Ling Ling from Cloud Soaring Town slightly changed her expression as she was shocked by Han Fei's capabilities, but then she spoke telepathically. The people of the fiery dragon town are all passionate about fighting. Be careful. Han Fei smiled and tilted his head, looking at the people from Fiery Dragon Town. A teacher should be like a teacher. You think you're justified to bully a friendly town? Xuanan rose and waved his arm before he gazed at Han Fei coldly. As the leading teacher, he represented the honor of his town now that the mayor and the president were here. Now that he had lost his honor, this whole thing couldn't end easily anymore. He had a fight with the Cloud Soaring Town earlier because of honor too. Immediately, the man bellowed and unleashed the shadow of a long-necked turtle. Spiritual turtle water shocking punch. Hanfei was instantly amused. He found those who cried out the techniques that they thought to be awesome very hilarious. He felt that the people from the fiery dragon town were truly reckless. Hanfei instantly took out a twig and swung it randomly, and it instantly hit the enormous fist. Check out my turtle-suppressing demon-taming saber. Xia Xiaochan and the others? Lu Renkuang even tilted his head and looked at Hanfei. What's that? Puchi. The fist was cut open by Hanfei's stick move, which pressed on unstoppably. At this moment, Xuanan finally realized how strong Hanfei was. Appalled, he hurriedly protected himself with a turtle shield. Clang. Xuanan's butt hit the ground. He wasn't exactly hurt, but one of his hands had turned numb and was shivering. Hiss. The several hundred students who watched the fight were all astounded by Han Fei's toughness. Many students from the fiery dragon town were dumbfounded. Was he really a student from the Blue Sea town? Wasn't he too strong? Many people on the cloud soaring town side were dazed too. That man was a peak-level dangling fisher. Yet he could resist one attack from a student of the Blue Sea town. Wasn't it frightening? A lot of them seemed envious, wishing that they could be as strong as him. Ling Ling's eyes constricted. Was the Blue Sea town so powerful at this moment? But it didn't seem right. He would count as an expert even in the Wind Thunder town with his strength. The two tour guides from the Wind Thunder town looked at each other in surprise. They had thought that the students from the Blue Sea town were only mediocre, but Hanfei was an eye-opener. What kind of monster was he to crush? Someone above his level, with one attack. At this moment, the tour guide for the Blue Sea town seemed to have noticed the fight down below and was going down from the tree. He almost fell off after seeing the scene. He's so strong. What's going on? The tour guide for the Blue Sea town asked the other tour guides, coldly. It's an honor to meet you, senior brother Pan Yi. Pan Yi's expression slightly changed after receiving their telepathic message. He turned around and said to Ling Ling, sorry, guys. My junior brothers have just graduated from school and don't know what to do in certain situations. Please forgive them. Ling Ling finally looked better. She smiled and said, we must thank the students from the Blue Sea town for their help, or this thing would have become huge. Pan Yi nodded and looked at Xuanan. Mr. Shui, the mayor has already decided the guests' living standards. Please abide by the rules, or none of us will be happy with too much tension. Xuanan glared at Hanfei and then shouted at the students from the fiery Dragon Town. Let's go. After everybody from the fiery Dragon Town entered the inn, Ling Ling walked up to Hanfei. Thank you for your help. Hanfei grinned. No need to thank me. I'm just a warm-hearted man who serves justice with my fist when it's needed. Well. Ling Ling's lips curled, as she found that this man seemed to have a thick skin. Immediately, the students of the cloud-soaring town came close, and a girl asked, Sir, what's your name? Sir, why did you help us? Are you interested in any girls from the cloud-soaring town? Sir, cloud-soaring town is famous for its gorgeous girls. Sir. Hanfei suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why did his waist hurt so much? Hanfei merely chuckled and said, Don't ask me why. Just call me Lei Feng. As he talked, he grimaced and said, Well. There's something else I need to Do. I have to go. Bye-bye. Han Fei slipped off and looked back while he ran. Xiao-Xiao-Chan, let's just talk nicely. ID. Covering his head, Zhang Xuanyu leaned closer to Luo Xiaobai. How I envy them. Luo Xiaobai shook him off. Get lost. Lu Renquang chased them and shouted, Fei, wait for me. Do you think we should have some of the local specialties first? I've already seen some restaurants. The tree core city was called the tree core city because it already lived inside trees. In between the altitude of 10 and 30 meters, there were stores that sold a myriad of items. Within 10 kilometers from the central tree Han Fei stayed in, all kinds of special products could be found. Dumplings, fish balls, seafood, clothes, weapons, fishing poles, daily necessities, and all the other resources that one might need were available. Lu Renquang's target was food. He entered one of the tree houses and returned with dozens of skewers of fish balls and shrimp dumplings. Therefore, Han Fei and the others became complete tourists who simply ate, drank, and roamed. Luo Xiaobai suddenly asked, Han Fei, why do we need so much money? Han Fei smiled and remembered that even the spiritual stones had turned into currency in the unknown place. He immediately said, because we'll need a lot of money. I really hate it that Uncle Faceless robbed us of 5 billion pearls, or we wouldn't be in such need of money. Xiao-Xiao-Chan said, if I sell the 1,000 low-quality spiritual weapons I have, they will be worth 100 million in total. The other miscellaneous items probably amount to 100 million too. That'll be 200 million in total. Zhang Xuanyu wasn't convinced. I don't think the ordinary people of the Blue Sea Town can take in that much, can they? Han Fei smacked his lips and said, that's right. They certainly can't. A lottery with a 0.1% chance of winning a low-quality spiritual weapon can only attract some people, but that will still be money. Zhang Xuanyu asked, Fei, don't you still have a lot of money? I don't have much left. I only have no more than 500 million. I'm almost going bankrupt. Everybody was lost for words. You have 500 million, yet you tell us you're going bankrupt? What do you think bankrupt means? All of a sudden, Han Fei saw a rather delicate treehouse with carefully carved accessories written on it. Han Fei's eyes glittered. Let's go. There are our specialties. Back in the Blue Sea Town, Han Fei had seen plenty of people wearing fishbone necklaces, but there were no carefully carved accessories anywhere except in Linglong Tower. At this moment, the 5 of them stood inside the store and were amazed by the novel items they had never seen before. Xiao-Xiao-Chan's eyes instantly shone. Wow! Luo Xiaobai was delighted too. Even a cold goddess like her couldn't resist the temptation of jewelry, and all kinds of jewelry could be found in this place. The main categories included armbands, rings, earrings, necklaces, belts, pendants, ornaments, etc. Based on what they were made of, they could also be subdivided into the bone ones, the metal ones, the plant ones, etc. Also, some of them were for men, and others were for women. Before the clerk arrived, Xiao-Xiao-Chan and Luo Xiaobai had already started murmuring and picking the goods. They compared the accessories and put them on. Not just the girls, even Zhang Xuanyu had started choosing items too. Lu Renquang was the only one who still held his fish balls while he looked at Han Fei. They don't seem very cheap. Han Fei grinned and said, but they can't be expensive either. The hostess of the store, who was almost 30 years old, walked close. Gracefully. Hey, are you honorable guests from other towns? Hanfei grinned and said, Hostess, how much are the accessories in your store? The hostess smiled and said, Young man, I can't give you a price unless you picked an item. However, all the accessories in my place are affordable. You can't find a more affordable accessory store in the whole core city than mine. After that, the hostess joined Xiao Xiaochan and Luo Xiaobai. In her opinion, men had absolutely no purchase power in an accessory store. But as for women, they would not leave empty-handed after they came in. After no more than 2 minutes, the 3 women were all giggling. Even Luo Xiaobai never stopped smiling, despite her usual coldness. The hostess kept praising them. Hey, my beautiful girls. If you put on these earrings, you can easily eclipse the angels. Hey, girl. With this neck ring, you will look absolutely intimidating in an arena. Your enemy will be too frightened to move. Girl, this pair of rings is unique in the core city. You can give one of them to the boy you like. Also, look at this deep blue necklace that's dotted with azure gems from the sea. You'll be so stunning after you put it on that guys won't be able to withdraw their gaze from you. Come on, girl. I'll put it on for you, don't take it off. Han Fei. Lu Renquang. Zhang Xuanyu turned around and shouted, Fei, Fei. Take a look. What do you think of my bracelets? Han Fei turned around and took a look, only to see that Zhang Xuanyu was wearing 30 bone and leather bracelets. He roared furiously, damn it. Put those items back. Zhang Xuanyu? Han Fei shouted, Xiao Xiaochan, Luo Xiaobai, put those things down. The hostess certainly could not hold back. She immediately roared, boy, not that I'm criticizing you, but you can't talk to girls like that if you ever want to find a girlfriend. A girl needs to release her beauty and be complimented for it. Look at you, are you still single? Let me get a few items for you. I guarantee that a girl will fall in love with you the moment you walk out of this door. Han Fei. Han Fei gloomily stopped the hostess that was walking to him and bellowed. Stop talking, I want everything in your place. The hostess briefly paused. But then she came back to herself. Boy, you're too young to brag that. Han Fei sneered and picked up a random bracelet. Look at this. Isn't it made of the bones from green turtles? He grabbed another necklace. This is a gem excavated from the mines in the general fishery, right? This bracelet is made of the shell of an armored turtle, right? How many such bracelets can you make out of one armored turtle? These hairpins are made of the stings of purple-tail scorpions, right? How much are they worth? And this pendant? It's made of the water spirit wood, isn't it? It's just the most commonly seen wood at the bottom of the sea in the level 1 fishery. The hostess said quickly, it's very rare, very rare. Han Fei waved his hand. All in all, everything I've seen so far is made of the items from the general, level 1, and level 2 fisheries. How expensive do you think they can be? He pointed at a belt and asked, is this worth 200 mid-quality pearls? The hostess said quickly, it's craftsmanship. Boy, I'm selling craftsmanship. Here. Look at my accessories in this place and see how beautiful they are. Han Fei tilted his head and said, just cut the crap. I'll only ask you one thing. What discount will you give me if I buy all of your goods? Suddenly, a blue sea wandering dragon knife appeared in Han Fei's hand, and the ultra-quality battle suit emerged on his body. He held the water-dividing seal in his left hand. Han Fei smiled casually. I have plenty of money, but I would rather not waste it. Hostess, I'm talking about serious business with you. This may be the only chance in your entire life to get rich. Hiss. The hostess was slightly shocked at the ultra-quality spiritual equipment. She didn't know that this man was so rich. She immediately smiled and said, Boy, I've sensed that you are a magnificent and generous man since you came in. 70% discount. I'll sell them to you with a 70% discount. Lu Renquang was greatly shocked. Where was the 70% discount from? Isn't that too much? The hostess grinned her teeth and said, A 70% discount is my final offer. I have tens of thousands of accessories on the 3 floors of my store. I won't earn much if I sell them for a 70% discount. However, Han Fei simply raised his head and asked, What discount will you give me if I ask for 1,000,000 pieces? The hostess? At this moment, the hostess thought that the young man was messing with her, as nobody would be crazy enough to buy 1,000,000 pieces of accessories at once. Was he going to feed on those accessories? However, Han Fei simply waved his hand and threw out 10 huge cases that contained almost 20 million mid-quality pearls. He simply said, Look, I have plenty of money. The problem is whether or not you have enough accessories. After a 3-second stun, the hostess said quickly, Yes, I do. I can give you however many accessories you want. Truth be told, boy, we have a lot in storage. I should be able to transport 1,000,000 to you from the warehouses soon. Even if I can't, I can deliver them to you in a couple of days. However, Han Fei didn't comment on that but simply looked at the hostess with a smile. What's your discount now? The hostess was already sweating. She didn't expect to meet such a character out of the blue. She said quickly, I can give you a 85% discount. The price will be half of what I offered. However, Han Fei simply said to Xia Xiaochan, Take the money and let's check other stores. Xia Xiaochan grinned, knowing that Han Fei was playing tricks again. She waved her hand and collected the cases. Seeing that, the hostess panicked and said quickly, I'll give you a 90% discount. Sir, that will be a very low price. You can't get a better offer anywhere else. However, Han Fei turned around and looked at the hostess. What if I purchase 1,000,000 accessories from you every year? The hostess gasped and gave in. Sir, how much do you want? Han Fei curled his lips. A 95% discount. The hostess. At this moment, Han Fei knew that the hostess was quickly calculating the revenues. However, in his opinion, while those accessories had great craftsmanship, their materials weren't very expensive. Due to the underdevelopment of the Blue Sea town, it didn't have so many materials and people who were engaged in the accessory industry. However, the Wind Thunder town was simply too huge and had too large a population. Even the villages within its territory must be very rich. So, it was easy for the accessory industry to develop. Of course, there were also accessories in the Blue Sea town, but they were in demand and had a high price, so their sales weren't high. But the case would be different if he got goods with a 95% discount. He would be making a fortune if he were to sell them for twice as much the cost. Besides, he could make much more profits. As long as some 10,000 people took part in the lottery with 98 mid-quality pearls, he would be earning the cost back. Atches. Elsie. After being silent for almost a minute, the hostess suddenly said, "Sir, you're from another town, and you want to sell the accessories in your place, right? You can get a 95% discount, but you have to purchase 2 million accessories the first time, and pay 1 million mid-quality pearls as advance payment." Han Fei's lips curled again. "Not a problem. However, we don't have so much cash with us. Can we use spiritual weapons as advance payment?" The hostess was briefly stunned before she said, "That's okay, but regular, low-quality spiritual weapons aren't expensive in the Wind Thunder town. Each of them is only worth 50,000 mid-quality pearls at best." Hearing that, Han Fei shook his head and said, "Let's use mid-quality pearls. Then, Xia Xiaochan, give her the money." Xia Xiaochan instantly threw out a bunch of boxes that were full of mid-quality pearls. Xia Xiaochan simply said, "That's 1 million. You can count them." The hostess grinned hard. For a businessperson like her, they wanted to make a living without having to take risks in the fisheries. There was no way that she would miss a bulk procurement like this one. Immediately, the hostess closed the store and said to Han Fei, "Give me 5 or 8 days at most, and you'll have the 2 million accessories." Han Fei grinned and said, "Don't rip me off with the cheap products. I'm very rich, and I can easily find another supplier. If you rip me off once, you can't make money from me again. In that case, you will lose millions per year. Won't you?" The hostess nodded quickly. "That's right. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied with the products. Also, I'll have the best accessories tailor-made for the 2 girls." Han Fei grinned. "No need for that. I'm not interested in these lousy accessories." Hiss. Han Fei instantly gasped as Xia Xiaochan had stepped on his foot and said telepathically, "I'm interested. I'm interested." Luo Xiaobai clutched Han Fei's clothes too. "So am I." Han Fei immediately chuckled. "How can those accessories compare to my works?" Hearing that, Luo Xiaobai let go of him and said to Han Fei, I want 5, no, 10 sets." Xia Xiaochan simply said to Han Fei too, "I want 10 sets too." "You said that you would make them for me." Han Fei was lost for words. "It's the quality, not the quantity, that matters. Would you stop being so greedy? 2 sets of finest accessories for each of you." "Okay, it's settled." Zhang Xuanyu was hurt. "Fei, what about me? Why, you'll have to pay for your materials." They bickered and walked out of the store, without specifying when they would take the goods, or what goods they really wanted. They didn't even ask for a third party to witness the deal, as if they weren't scared that the hostess would go back on the deal. The host became quite grave. This was a really big client. She couldn't have secured such a great deal if her store weren't established somewhere near the central tree. As for Han Fei and the others, they didn't care about the money at all. What if they were tricked? They didn't complain when Uncle Faceless robbed them of 5 billion. Why would they care about a deal worth 10 million? They wandered a couple of kilometers ahead, and Le Renquang bought lots of food on the way. They didn't see anything particularly attractive. Xia Xiaochan heaved a sigh. "We've only spent 1 million. That's too little." Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "More than that. This deal will probably cost almost 20 million. You've lost 1/10 of your belongings. Xia. Xiaochan's eyes widened with anticipation. But we'll make the money back after we return to the Blue Sea town. Lu Renquang said, spending money is too difficult. It's much easier with Uncle Faceless. Han Fei said furiously, I'm pissed every time his name is mentioned. As a senior uncle, he didn't leave any money to us at all. He's really petty. Too petty. He must have a reason that he would rather not talk about. Didn't our teacher mention that? Han Fei smiled and said, what kind of reason could have cost so much money? The mid-quality pearls are absolutely useless except that they're used as currency. Faceless uncle wanted money only because he wanted to buy stuff, which is the only thing that the mid-quality pearls can do. What could he buy? Resources, of course. But why did he want to buy the resources? Luo Xiaobai suddenly said, for training. His personal training? Did he really need the regular resources for his own training? Luo Xiaobai suggested, there were thousands of men on his ship. I suspect that they were not from the towns, but were raised by Uncle Faceless himself. Han Fei nodded. I think so too, but I don't understand why he raised so many people. Also, could 1,000 people use so much money? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. I don't know, but it's clear that Uncle Faceless is short of money. According to the president, you can't buy spirit awakening fluid with money. Han Fei was lost for words. That's the gift for our first meeting. Was he not embarrassed when he didn't give us any gifts as a senior? The more he talked about it, the more grave Han Fei became. Even Uncle Faceless, who was tough enough to fight against the law enforcers, was still so in dire need of money. What about the less significant people like him? Money was undoubtedly very important, and he had to make more money before he went to the unknown place. All of a sudden, Han Fei stopped in a stun. Xia Xiaochan turned around. What's up? Han Fei suddenly raised his head. Did we pass by a huge arena on our way here? Zhang Xuanyu nodded and said, yes. That arena is big enough to accommodate 100,000 people, or even 150,000, if they're crowded. Luo Xiaobai added, if things go as planned, we'll be having contests in that arena tomorrow. Han Fei didn't care where the contests would be held. He simply chuckled and said, do you miss the days when we fought in the Blue Sea arena? Luo Xiaobai suddenly said, I know what you're thinking, but it will expose our capabilities. We'll be identified after only several rounds. Han Fei grinned and said, that's not a problem. We have the 1,000 transformation technique. Lu Renquang thought for a moment. That won't work. You can transform yourself, but you can't transform your spiritual beast or contractual spiritual beasts, can you? Han Fei frowned and said, that's true. Everybody simply roamed aimlessly. After all, the preliminary contests wouldn't be held until tomorrow. Xia Xiaochan asked telepathically, are you dying to make money right now? Han Fei was stunned. Am I? Yes, you are. Han Fei murmured, our living expenses are already so high in the level 3 fishery, and they will only get higher in the unknown place. If we don't make more money now, we'll have to beg old Bai for money later. Han Fei suddenly said to Luo Xiaobai and the others, well, you can keep on sightseeing. Xia Xiaochan and I will go on a date. Xia Xiaochan? Zhang Xuanyu wailed. Do you really have to be so blatant? Lu Renquang scratched his abdomen. Just go. Remember to come back for dinner. Luo Xiaobai was speechless. Han Fei quickly dragged Xia Xiaochan away. While running, Xia Xiaochan snorted and asked, "Where do you want to go for our date?" "What date?" "We're going to the arena." "Ah. Don't stab me." The arena in the Wind Thunder town was really huge. According to Han Fei's perception, it covered 500,000 square meters, twice the size of the bird nest. So, Zhang Xuanyu had made an underestimation. At least 200,000, or even 250,000 people could be accommodated here. The demands for arenas were mostly similar, however different they looked. There had to be an auditorium, a field for games, and a canopy up above. The Wind Thunder Arena was almost 150 meters high. Its gate was in the shape of a gigantic fish's mouth. Each of the teeth in the mouth could be 5 meters long. The eyes of the fish were red and threatening. However, none of the audience members were too scared to come in. Not just Han Fei, the people from other towns were coming too. At this moment, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan had turned into two different people. Xia Xiaochan transformed from a pretty girl with ponytails into a cute girl with a mushroom hairstyle, which was designed by Han Fei. Xia Xiaochan complained about it for a long time. Han Fei, on the other hand, became an astonishing barbarian with dreadlocks. Xia Xiaochan despised him for a long time. Their appearances had changed so greatly that nobody else could identify them. Xia Xiaochan suddenly asked, "Do you really have a third contractual spiritual beast?" Han Fei nodded. Nobody stipulates that a person can only have two contractual spiritual beasts, right? Xia Xiaochan frowned. That's not right. I know that a person can have more than two contractual spiritual beasts, but all dangling fishers only have two. Han Fei said with a smile, "You have two naturally endowed spiritual beasts, don't you?" Xia Xiaochan puffed her cheeks and said, "You have two of them too, all right? Stop making fun of me." While they were talking, 5 people descended from the sky in a hurry. "Brother Tong, are we really going to participate? Wouldn't our capabilities be exposed?" "That's right, Brother Tong. Everybody knows that the contests will be held here, so the Wind Thunder town must have left many spies here to investigate. Students from other places." The person that other people called Brother Tong chuckled. "Why would we participate? We're only here to gamble." "Ah. Brother Tong, you mean gamble for money?" "Of course. How can we expose ourselves at such a critical moment? Nobody is easy to deal with in the Wind Thunder town. However, I've just learned that we can place bets during the games." One of his classmates said, "Wait, Brother Tong, what if we lose the bet? Also, do we really need the money?" "Brother Tong, you're famous for your richness." The man smiled. "I can't be called rich at all. You think several million mid-quality pearls means wealth? You fools. We're going to the life-blighting unknown place in half a year. In order to survive, what power will you need?" The students he asked were all rather confused. "It can't be money, can it?" Some of them said, "I think it should be ultra-quality spiritual weapons." Brother Tong's face immediately turned green. "You're truly idiots. It's money. Money is the source of power. What can you buy without money? How can you get ultra-quality spiritual weapons? Through robbery? What's wrong with your head?" Han Fei was instantly shocked by their conversation. He had unexpectedly run into someone who thought exactly the same as he did. However, he was quite surprised to see the man's face, as it looked quite familiar. Who was this man? Shoot. Han Fei remembered him. Back in the level 3 fishery, on his way from the sea grassland to the undersea city, he robbed a peak-level dangling fisher of his boat. At that time, the dangling fisher threatened him with self-explosion. This man was exactly that dangling fisher from back then. Xiao Xiaochan titled her head and looked at Han Fei. Do you know him? Han Fei grinned. Oh, I know him very well. As they talked, Han Fei jumped and stood in their way before they climbed up the stairs. Jiang Tong and the others were all stunned. They grimaced at Han Fei's dreadlocks, wondering why anyone's hair could look so hideous. Han Fei scratched his hair and said, "What are you looking at? You have no aesthetic at all. Dreadlocks are an art, do you understand, bumpkins?" Immediately, those people burst into a fury. Hey, who are you calling bumpkins? Jiang Tong said with an unfriendly tone, an advanced dangling fisher. Bro. Aren't you a little bit cocky? Han Fei curled his finger at Jiang Tong. Forget whether I'm cocky or not. Let's have a word. Jiang Tong frowned and asked, why would I have a word with a total stranger? Han Fei asked, then are you interested in money? Jiang Tong immediately changed his attitude and said to his classmates, Junior brothers, wait for me for a moment. Not far away, Jiang Tong asked, brother, what's the meaning of this? Han Fei smiled. Exactly what it looks like. I overheard that you came here to make a fortune, and I'm here for the same purpose. I have an idea that is guaranteed to be profitable. Are you interested? Jiang Tong narrowed his eyes. Brother, which town are you from? Han Fei grinned. I'm Chao Dakiu, from the Fiery Dragon Town. What about you? Jiang Tong's lips twitched. What kind of name was that? Could you at least try to make it sound real? He narrowed his eyes. You're using a fake name. Why should I tell you mine? Han Fei smiled and said, because I'll learn your real name anyway when the match begins. Jiang Tong chuckled. Then what about you? Why do you use a fake name? Because I won't participate in the match. Jiang Tong was confused. You won't? Why do you not participate when you're a dangling fisher? Unless you are a local of the Wind Thunder Town? No. Why would I come to you for cooperation if I were a local? I could have found anybody. Jiang Tong was stunned. What kind of logic was that? Jiang Tong thought for a moment. Tell me how you can make money first. Han Fei grinned. That's easy. I'll fight in the arena. I guarantee that I'll win. You'll need to raise the stakes as high as possible. Jiang Tong was dazed. You guarantee that you'll win? As an advanced dangling fisher? Han Fei was impatient. If you could tell one's capabilities by their level, I wouldn't be here making money in such a way. Jiang Tong considered for a moment. But I'm told that the arena will be the banker here. I can't raise the stakes. Of course you can't be a banker, but you can fool other people into placing bets. He smiled casually. Since you knew you could make a fortune here, you must have been prepared, right? Have you already arranged anyone? Han Fei thought that he must have connections, or he wouldn't be so confident in gambling. Xiao Xiaochan was not very good at racketeering. It was possible that she might stab someone when she got furious, which was a risk. As it happened, Jiang Tong had come here. He would make a better partner for Han Fei. Are you sure that you'll win? Han Fei grinned. You'll instigate the people to bet that I'll lose, while we'll actually bet that I'll win. Easy. Jiang Tong shot back quickly. How much will you bet on yourself? Han Fei smiled. Not too much. Let's start with 1 million. Huh. Jiang Tong immediately gasped. Brother, you are truly generous. Han Fei didn't seem to consider it a big deal. That's nothing. Are you in or not? Jiang Tong's lips curled. Okay, but you'll have to lend me 1 million first if you want me to trust you. Naturally, Han Fei wasn't afraid of that. Why? Should he hesitate when he still had hundreds of millions? Immediately, Han Fei gave Jiang Tong a sea-swallowing seashell. There's a million inside. Ask her for more if it isn't enough. Han Fei glanced at Xia Shaochuan and smiled. What's your name? Jiang Tong. Han Fei snapped his fingers and waved 2 of them before Jiang Tong's eyes. Jiang Tong, I'll beat you to death if you dare to rip me off. Han Fei casually left, and Jiang Tong was rather stunned. Why did he feel that someone had said that to him before? Something seemed to be off. Jiang Tong glanced at the sea-swallowing seashell in his hand, which contained authentic mid-quality pearls. Would a fraud really give him so much money? Let's do it. Han Fei wasn't afraid that Jiang Tong would slip away with the money, as Little White had remembered his smell, and Xia Shaochuan had witnessed everything. It was naturally Xia Shaochuan's responsibility to keep an eye on Jiang Tong. The Wind Thunder Arena was quite magnificent inside. It was more than 100 meters tall, with all kinds of fish as decorations on the dome. On the left side was the entrance to the inner field, on the right side was the registration center, and the front was the betting area. Han Fei hopped and turned right, making a lot of people surprised. They all wondered how a man with such a devil-may-care attitude could become a dangling fisher. Han Fei slapped his giant hand on the counter. I want to sign up. The staff was stunned. Sir, what would you like to sign up for? Han Fei didn't expect that. What can I sign up for? The staff replied, we have 4 categories in total: individual competition, group competition, individual vs contractual spiritual beasts, and team vs contractual spiritual beasts. Han Fei was dazed. You can fight contractual spiritual beasts in the Wind Thunder Arena? The staff smiled. They aren't really contractual spiritual beasts, because they are not contracted yet. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. What do you think the odds are if I were to fight exotic contractual spiritual beasts of my level? The staff were briefly astounded. Sir, your life may be at risk. You'll have to sign an agreement in order to fight exotic creatures. Han Fei asked, how many contractual spiritual beasts do you have? There are more than 30 that are the same as or above your level. Huh. You have so many? The staff smiled and said, so, what do you want to sign up for? Ha 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 ha. The staff asked, do you need a nickname for yourself? Han Fei's lips slightly curled up. Octopus Weirdo. Supposedly, one would have to wait in line after they signed up for the games. But Han Fei's application was very unique. Immediately, the staff talked to their superiors and told him that he could enter the field after the next 2 games. Holding a tiny badge, Han Fei walked to the betting area. Pa. Han Fei slapped the badge on the counter and said, I'd like to bet. Before Han Fei continued, one of the clerks had quickly interrupted him. Sir. To prevent other people from hearing you, please speak telepathically for confidentiality. After a brief stun, Han Fei said, "Okay, I'll bet $1 million on myself." The clerk slightly shook his head. "Sir, we only accept $500,000 mid-quality pearls at most for one bet." $500,000 was not nearly enough. Han Fei was instantly lost for words. There was a cap? It seemed that the Wind Thunder Arena was very shrewd and prepared for frauds like him. If the cap was $500,000, there would be nothing they were scared of, because their loss wouldn't be too huge. Also, Han Fei suspected that if he played the trick of the weak beating the strong too often, the arena would also bet that he would win in order to balance the odds. In that case, the audience would be the only people who really suffered a loss. Han Fei realized that arenas were really profitable and wondered if he should start an arena of his own. Han Fei made the payment. He didn't expect that the arena would have so many strict rules that even placing the bet must be kept confidential. Then, what could the $1 million that he gave Jiang Tong do? If the man could fool other people into betting on his failure, should he have cooperated with the man at all? It would be good if the man had other backup moves. If he didn't, this attempt probably wouldn't be worth it. After that, Han Fei saw that Jiang Tong winked at him. He was immediately reassured, knowing that the guy probably had other moves prepared. Since Jiang Tong had no problems, his fancy way of application should be able to play its role now. Han Fei couldn't help but heave a sigh. It was time to resort to his acting skills again. On the other hand, Jiang Tong and his pals were considering how to place bets too. They had no idea about the Wind Thunder Arena's strict rules on betting either, but Jiang Tong simply winked at Han Fei casually and said to his classmates, "Junior brothers, bring more men to me." Huh? Jiang Tong said, "Everybody will be given 1,000 mid-quality pearls if they come. Senior brother, rest assured. I'll be right back." Next, Jiang Tong spoke to a clerk at the main hall of the arena. "What's the price for the most luxurious private room in your place?" The clerk responded, "Sir, I'm afraid it's not very cheap. Each private room costs 5,000 mid-quality pearls. But of course, it comes with special services." Jiang Tong asked, "What about the private rooms in a lower tier?" "Those would be 2,000 mid-quality pearls for each private room." Jiang Tong rolled his eyes. "Oh? It seems that there aren't many rich guys in the Wind Thunder town. The price gap is rather huge." The clerk said courteously, "Sir, the main reason is that there are only 200 top private rooms. There are actually many magnates in this place." Jiang Tong said, "I'd like a 2,000 pearl private room. At once, sir." "Senior brother, you reserved a private room for 2,000 mid-quality pearls? That's not how we should spend our money." Jiang Tong scoffed. "You can only make money from the rich people, and publicity from the poor guys. There's still a lot you need to learn. But there's a cap to the stakes, senior brother. That's why I called for more people." As he spoke, Jiang Tong leaned closer to Xia Xiaochan, who was also reserving a private room, right in front of the waiter, and gave her a hint. "Lady, Chao Depeng will surely lose." Xia Xiaochan shook her head. "That's impossible. Chao Depeng is one of the best guys from the Fiery Dragon town. I have a top secret. Do you want to hear it?" Jiang Tong and Xia Xiaochan walked to the private room. A waiter was right before them, leading the way, but Jiang Tong simply revealed the so-called top secret openly. In such an arena/casino, everybody was eavesdropping. They might not believe the things they heard for the first time or second time, but they would be convinced sooner or later as they heard it again and again. Jiang Tong's trick was unbelievably simple. It was just like the deals in the stock market. When someone overheard a casual conversation, they might be tricked and trigger an astonishing chain reaction. Of course, Jiang Tong didn't really count on this method, which depended on luck. He had other approaches. Xiao Xiaochan asked telepathically, "Will $1 million be enough for you?" Jiang Tong slightly shook his head. "Not really." Xiao Xiaochan secretly tossed a sea-swallowing seashell to him. "What about this?" Examining the sea-swallowing seashell Xiao Xiaochan gave her, Jiang Tong immediately gasped. "Damn it. She has given me $5 million so easily? It's more than all my belongings. Is this for real?" Xiao Xiaochan glanced at Jiang Tong and said, "I can take it back as easily as I give it to you. Don't be obsessed with the little money." Jiang Tong grimaced, impressed by the two arrogant advanced dangling fishers. However, Jiang Tong really loved making friends with such magnates. Who could possibly give away 6 million mid-quality pearls so easily? About an hour later, the two games in the field were over. Then, the host was roaring and shrieking in madness. There were two hosts, and the male one roared, "May I have your attention, please? The Wind Thunder Arena has received the craziest challenge of the year. An advanced dangling fisher has specifically asked to challenge Ming Kuan, the king of the 100 men in the Wind Thunder Arena." The arena almost imploded with everybody's exclamations. Who? Did the host just say that an advanced dangling fisher would challenge Ming Kuan? Is he crazy? Wouldn't it be suicide if he challenges Ming Kuan? An advanced dangling fisher? I can't believe it. He's a sure loser. How long has it been since anyone challenged Ming Kuan? Ming Kuan has a winning streak of 100 games. Is this guy an idiot too? Confront him? In two different private rooms, Xiao Xiaochan and Jiang Tong almost asked the waiters simultaneously, "Who's Ming Kuan?" The waiters replied, "Ming Kuan is the king of 100 men in the Wind Thunder Arena. He's supposed to fight one game each day. He has won 137 consecutive games, and many people have failed to defeat him. It has been 32 days since anybody challenged him." Jiang Tong's reaction was, "Oh? What are the odds? The host will announce it to the audience soon." Xiao Xiaochan's reaction was, "What's his specialty?" "You have to pay for the Wind Thunder Arena's intelligence, Pa." Xiao Xiaochan threw a case out. "Take however much money you need." The waiter immediately replied, "Ming Kuan is a peak-level dangling fisher. His naturally endowed spiritual beast is a green-tide tortoise known for its invulnerability. His contractual spiritual beast is a mad bloodworm that can double his combat ability. His second contractual spiritual beast is a 3-eyed mantis shrimp that grants unparalleled speed. But as for himself, he is a body cultivator. His fists are extremely tough and can rumble like thunder when he punches." The host roared from the field, "This is the 33rd day of Ming Kuan's break. He has sent applications to the Wind Thunder Arena many times, but nobody dared to fight him until today, and his challenger is an advanced dangling fisher. Dear audience, let's remember his name, Octopus Weirdo." Who's Octopus Weirdo? Who is he? I've never heard him before. Where did this clown come from? He's a sure loser. Nobody with such a fancy nickname could be capable of fighting. The female host said, our octopus weirdo comes from the distant fiery dragon town and claims to be invincible in the fiery dragon arena. Nobody can resist his iron fists within a distance of 100 meters, the male host continued, that's right. Our octopus weirdo is very unusual. He also said that he would give everybody a surprise if he wins. You. Tisk. Surprise? Doesn't the fiery dragon town rank 18th or 20th? Would he stop bragging about himself? The male host continued, now, let's give it up for octopus weirdo. Then, Xiao Xiaochan and Jiang Tong saw that Han Fei hopped out of the passage of contestants. As if to show his crazy nature, Han Fei even rolled up one of his sleeves. After announcing his entrance, Han Fei waved at the auditorium. There were plenty of people in the Wind Thunder Arena on this day, mostly because the Wind Thunder Arena would be closed for the students of the 36 towns to compete. So, many people had come for a last day of fun. You. Go back to your fiery dragon town. Octopus weirdo, stop being in embarrassment. Octopus weirdo, I'll bet 1 mid-quality pearl on you, and 100 on Ming Kuan. The female host said in a shivering voice, dear audience, the odds for this game will be announced. Ming Kuan, 1 minute and 1.2 seconds. Octopus weirdo, 110. Dear audience, you will have 15 minutes to place your bet. Please give some credit to our octopus weirdo. Maybe he will be the one who will perform a miracle. What can he perform? I don't believe in miracles. TSK. You can't get a miracle so easily. Are you kidding me? We have to bet on Ming Kuan. You should never bet on the losing side no matter how rich you are. The Wind Thunder Arena was in a flurry. A lot of clerks were selling notes to the audience and collecting money. As long as the audience won, they could exchange the notes for mid-quality pearls. It was easy and straightforward. I'll bet 1,000 on Ming Kuan. I'll bet 2,000 on Ming Kuan. I'll bet 100 on Octopus Weirdo. I'll bet 100 on Octopus Weirdo, but 1,000 on Ming Kuan. For a moment, the arena was filled with ruckus. Only the most prudent audience would bet on both Ming Kuan and Han Fei, because by placing 1,000 on Ming Kuan, they would win 200 if he won, and by placing 100 on Han Fei, they would win 900 if Han Fei won. Even if Han Fei failed, they could still win 100. Therefore, those who placed bets in such a way wouldn't suffer losses, no matter who won. Of course, the big shots in the private rooms were different. Someone said, where is this idiot from? He thinks he can defeat Ming Kuan? I bet 500,000 on Ming Kuan. I bet 200,000 on Ming Kuan. I bet 300,000 on Ming Kuan. At Xiao Shechan's place, she simply threw 500,000 out. I bet 500,000 on Octopus Weirdo. The waiter was quite stunned to hear that. Miss, are you sure you'll bet 500,000 on Octopus Weirdo? The waiter felt that something was wrong with her head, or she wouldn't have bet 500,000 on Octopus Weirdo. Xiao Xiaochan simply smiled and said, this octopus weirdo looks interesting. I'll just bet on him. For fun. In the neighboring room, Jiang Tong murmured, could I be wrong? He decided to prepare a plan B. After hearing Ming Kuan's capabilities, he couldn't think of a way that Chao Daqiu could win. So, he said, I bet 500,000 on Ming Kuan. The waiter's eyes glittered. He didn't expect anyone from the second tier Private rooms could be so generous. He smiled and said, "No problem, sir." Then, Jiang Tong spoke to everybody telepathically, "Ask the others to bet the 5,500,000 on Octopus Weirdo." But Jiang Tong didn't use his money. He was going to watch the battle first. If Han Fei was stronger than he imagined, there were still actions he could take. At the same time, Jiang Tong was wagering on both sides. If Chao Daqiu won, he would be earning 49,500,000, and if Ming Kuan won, he would tell Chao Daqiu that he placed all his bets on him and keep his own 600,000 to himself. It was quite lucky for Han Fei, because few students would fight in the Wind Thunder Arena on their first day in the Wind Thunder town when they weren't familiar with the environment yet. Also, as it happened, there were plenty of audience members on this day. More coincidentally, Han Fei selected an opponent that nobody thought he could defeat. Everybody booed Han Fei when he showed up. At this moment, the host roared, "Now, let's welcome our king of 100 men, the rumbling hands, and the battle maniac, Ming Kuan." Who 0000000, Ming Kuan. Ming Kuan. Ming Kuan. The female host continued, "Dear audience, raise your hands and let's cheer for Ming Kuan and Octopus Weirdo. Is Ming Kuan going to secure his 138th consecutive victory, or will Octopus Weirdo break Ming Kuan's winning streak? We'll see." On the field, Ming Kuan didn't take anything but walked straight to the center of the field. Han Fei was still smiling and hopping. He did a great job acting like a young man who had no respect for anything. Ming Kuan looked brawny and more than 28 years old, but Han Fei had read his profile and knew that he had just reached 17. Ming Kuan's muscles were tough and bulging. Spiritual energy was raging around his hands even though he was still. After a quick glance, Han Fei knew that the man was not weak at all. He had thought that the top experts would be concentrated in the Thousand-Star City. But he seemed to be wrong. Many experts were in the Thousand-Star City, but not all of them. At the center of the arena, Ming Kuan waved his head, making his neck click. "Advanced Dangling Fisher. What emboldens you to challenge me?" Han Fei smiled casually. "Money. I'll make a fortune if I defeat you." Ming Kuan grinned. "Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." "I don't think so. I've already won since the moment you appeared in this arena." Ming Kuan scoffed. "I won't show you any mercy even though you are only in Advanced Dangling Fisher. Everybody has to pay for their choices." Han Fei shot back, "But I'll go easy on you. That's the least I can do for making money through you." Ming Kuan. "Humph. So much for trash talk." At this moment, the male host's voice echoed, "Wow. Tension is brewing between them. It seems that they can't wait any longer. I hereby announce that the game will begin." "Ho! Ming Kuan, kill him with one slap." Ming Kuan, finish the battle within one breath. "Octopus Weirdo, you'd better lie down and give up." Boom. Thunder rumbled. Ming Kuan took action. The moment he took action, astounding thunder burst out. And Ming Kuan's hands were surrounded by electric arcs. In the blink of an eye, his hands with glittering electric arcs had already reached Han Fei's face. Han Fei was still wearing a smile, but a golden light flashed on his fist. Boom. In the next moment, out of everybody's expectation, Ming Kuan and Han Fei were both blown backwards. Ming Kuan backed almost 8 steps in a row, leaving deep footprints after each step. Han Fei's case was almost the same. Instantly, someone exclaimed, "Shoot! An advanced dangling fisher has staved off Ming Kuan's rumbling fist? Seriously? This octopus weirdo is so strong? I would have placed more bets on him if I had seen this coming." The host's eyes beamed. "Wow. Our octopus weirdo deserves his fame. As expected of the invincible man from the fiery dragon arena." On the field, Ming Kuan frowned. A moment ago, he only used 50% of his strength, but that was still more than what a regular peak-level dangling fisher could handle. No wonder this boy dared to challenge him. The boy really had abilities that were as good as a peak-level dangling fisher's. Han Fei, on the other hand, was confused. Was the king of 100 men in the Wind Thunder Town so weak? How could he act if he was so weak? What if he accidentally killed the man? Come again. When Ming Kuan attacked again, his speed and his strength were almost doubled. And his hands were really as intimidating as lightning. Han Fei's eyes lit up. He didn't know that this man was holding himself back. Just now. Boom. 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 Bam. 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 Electric arcs and golden light raged in the field, and soil and stones were splashing. They attacked very fast. After only several seconds, they had almost 100 clashes. Then, both of them were blown backwards again. Ming Kuan and Han Fei were evenly matched again. Han Fei's hands were vaguely shivering. As expected of the king of 100 men in the Wind Thunder arena. My fists are shivering beyond my control. Shiver. Han Fei tried to shiver his hands. However, Ming Kuan's eyes were filled with zeal. Have you become an advanced dangling fisher through nothing but body tempering too? Han Fei turned his head. Did you think I was kidding when I said that I was an indomitable warrior? The audience had already gone crazy. They were all roaring madly. Blood frenzy! Blood frenzy! Blood frenzy! Ming Kuan, take him down already. We've all bet that you'll win. Airwaves spread out under Ming Kuan's feet, and a stream of energy was absorbed into his fists from the earth. His eyes turned bloodshot as he fused with the mad blood worm. Not just the mad blood worm, Ming Kuan was also enshrouded by the image of a mantis shrimp. A third eye appeared in the middle of his eyebrows. Han Fei grinned. Goodness. You truly are not weak. Han Fei was right. This Ming Kuan was more than twice as strong. The mad blood worm was a rampant contractual spiritual beast in the first place, and Han Fei couldn't be more familiar with the mantis shrimp. His fists were so fast when the nine-tailed mantis shrimp was fused with him that he couldn't even see them clearly himself. However, how could the three-eyed mantis shrimp possibly compare to the nine-tailed mantis shrimp? Han Fei roared, "Come on, I'll show you my golden invisible explosive fist." Pooh. Xia Xiaochan was having juice, only to vomit it out by Han Fei's hilarious roar. What golden invisible explosive fist? At this moment, she finally realized that Han Fei was really not talented when it came to giving names. If they ever had a child, she must make sure that Han Fei wouldn't name it. Suddenly, Xia Xiaochan blushed. She wondered why she thought about their child. The hostess roared, "It's coming! It's coming! Ming Kuan is about to go on a rampage. Will his battle frenzy ignite the Wind Thunder Town again? Will he cross the Wind Thunder arena like a lightning bolt? Let's see how octopus Weirdo will deal with this. Han Fei simply raised his eyes and said, casually, attach. Han Fei had never fought with little fatty in front of so many people before. Although 9 death soul-splitting octopus sounded rather awe-inspiring, it didn't look intimidating at all when it was attached to Han Fei as too light. Bulbs over Han Fei's shoulder. Nothing else was strange. It was just the same as the attachment of any regular octopus as a contractual spiritual beast. If Han Fei were to attach to the 9-tailed mantis shrimp at this moment, the tentacles of the octopus would be replaced by the 9-star chains. Xiao Xiaochan was dumbfounded to see the giant octopus. Was it Han Fei's third contractual spiritual beast? A huge octopus? Many people in the auditorium saw it clearly too. Unfortunately, they couldn't tell whether it was a naturally endowed spiritual beast or a contractual spiritual beast. Han Fei quickly made the image of the octopus disappear, leaving nothing but the 2 eyes over his shoulder. At this moment, Han Fei could see everything around him. It should be an excellent ability together with his multiple limbs. Boom! A thunder burst out, and Ming Kuan disappeared. An electric arc instantly fell upon Han Fei. But Han Fei couldn't be defeated so easily. Confidence and ferocity were what mattered most with the art of invincibility. When the electric arc hit Han Fei, it turned into a giant hand. Han Fei roared and punched out almost as fast as the lightning. Bam! 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 In the field, Han Fei never had a perfect opportunity while Ming Kuan performed the mantis shrimp's ultimate tricks. This 3-eyed mantis shrimp didn't seem weak at all, and its tentacles were extremely fast. Han Fei soon realized that he couldn't keep up with its speed anymore without activating the majestic mystic spell. At this moment, Han Fei seemed to be losing during their consecutive clashes. He hadn't yet used the majestic mystic spell. He had to be beaten up for a while so that the audience would be hopeful. That was where acting skills were useful. Bam! Han Fei was flung backwards. His clothes were blood-stained, and he was vomiting blood too. Great! Ming Kuan is invincible. That's how you should fight. Octopus weirdo, you can't win. The male host shouted excitedly, are we going to have a victor? In fact, Octopus weirdo of the fiery dragon town is really strong. He's the only one so far who has weathered through head-on clashes with Ming Kuan in the arena. The female host added, is there still a chance for a comeback? So far, we've only seen Octopus weirdo using his naturally endowed spiritual beast. Then, where are his contractual spiritual beasts? Does he have secret techniques? Han Fei struggled back to his feet. As expected of the king of 100 men in the Wind Thunder arena, Ming Kuan was breathing heavily. Although he had hit Han Fei many times, he was quite surprised that Han Fei was only lightly wounded from all his attacks. Ming Kuan's eyes were full of passion. You're very strong. You probably would win if your opponent were someone else, but unfortunately, your opponent is me, who just carried out 70% of my capabilities. Han Fei grinned. Oh? Only 70%? I thought that you carried out 120%. Speaking of which, did you not have lunch? Huh? The guy frowned. Han Fei moved his head and said, you definitely didn't have any food for lunch. Or you wouldn't be so weak. Ming Kuan burst into a fury. Come again. Hula. 100 electric arcs were glittering. Hundreds of threatening fists were coming within 10 meters from Han Fei. Hey, check this out. Pegasus meteor. Fist. Yes, Han Fei had changed its name and roared it out again. Bam. 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 100 golden fists spread out in all directions. Han Fei seemed mad at this moment, and nobody could see his fists clearly. However, fierce as he might have been, he still couldn't defeat Ming Kuan's rumbling fist. According to the host, Han Fei was on a rampage, probably through a secret technique. But it was not good enough. Han Fei was about to fail due to the significant level gap. 10 seconds passed. Someone roared, "Look, Han Fei is vomiting blood. He's about to fail." 20 seconds passed. Someone shouted, "Haha. He can't persist anymore. He's going to fail." 30 seconds passed. Someone said excitedly, "Look, octopus weirdo is vomiting blood again." 50 seconds passed. Damn it. It's still not done yet? Ming Kuan, go for it and kill him. Is this man still able to persist? 100 seconds passed. Ming Kuan was appalled. He had almost run out of his energy, and he could only resist the attacks with the blue-tide turtle. Dust was spreading out as the golden fists hit the blue-tide turtle. 200 seconds later. Both of them were heavily wounded, and Ming Kuan's blue-tide armor was broken. Many audience members were so shocked that they stood up. In their eyes, Ming Kuan probably couldn't fight anymore, but Octopus Weirdo was even poorer. He could hardly stand on his feet anymore. The host was roaring crazily, "Heavenly talent! Octopus Weirdo must be in unparalleled heavenly talent from the fiery dragon town, or he couldn't have endured so long." Outside of the field, many people were recording and communicating. Someone asked, "Is this person in the delegation from the fiery dragon town?" Someone was confused. "I'll have someone look into it right now." In the private room, Jiang Tong gasped hard. "Isn't this man too sturdy? You seemed to be collapsing 200 seconds earlier. How can you still be standing at this moment?" Xiao Xiaochan rolled her eyes now and then. She estimated that Han Fei probably didn't even have a bruise, and she wondered where the blood was from. What Xiao Xiaochan didn't know was that the 9 death soul-splitting octopus could deviate 90% of the attacks, and 50% of the attacks for Han Fei after it was attached. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for Ming Kuan to wound Han Fei. Ming Kuan panicked and thought to himself, "That's impossible. How can I possibly be beaten by an advanced dangling fisher? That's absolutely impossible." After that, Ming Kuan suddenly roared, "Take my final blow, echoing thunder." Seeing that Ming Kuan was performing his ultimate move, Han Fei roared right after him, "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Check out my final attack, big fish. Well, something punch. Pooh. Cough, cough." Many people were lost for words. "You had forgotten the name of your own technique? That's outrageous." Whatever the technique was, both of them were thrown away from the smoke that was caused by their clash. Someone was lost for words. "Is it a tie? Damn it. Did anyone bet on a tie? I'm screwed. What a huge loss. How can this octopus weirdo be so strong? Is there such a tough person from the fiery dragon town? Damn it. We've been tricked by the arena." All the audience were exclaiming and yelling, and Xiao Xiaochan pretended to be surprised too. He won? The waitress who served Xiao Xiaochan was dumbfounded too. If this octopus Weirdo got back to his feet. The lady before her eyes would be winning 5 million with only $500,000 invested. Jiang Tong was so excited that he roared, "Get back on your feet. Get back on your feet now." Jiang Tong almost went crazy. He would be winning 50 million after the victory. His heart could hardly take it. Cough, cough. In the field, Han Fei suddenly extended his hand and struggled to get back to his feet. The audience cried out to Ming Kuan crazily, but the guy had no reaction at all. Han Fei secretly attacked. The man had been hit by his own attacks and slapped by little fatty 9 times in a row. It would be a miracle if he could stand up again. The host was so shocked that he didn't come back to himself until a long time later. If Ming Kuan can't stand up in 3 seconds, his winning streak will be ended. 3, 2, 1. Ho! Let's congratulate Octopus Weirdo of the Fiery Dragon Town. This victory is epic and mind-blowing. A glittering new star is on the rise. He has told us that there are always stronger people out there. Clatter. **it. An assortment of items were thrown into the field. Han Fei even saw a bra among them. Money! My money! Everybody was wailing. But some of them were trembling in excitement too. I'm going to be rich. I only placed the bet randomly. But I'm a big winner now. The people in the private rooms, on the other hand, might be regretful but not nearly as desperate. Someone even asked, who exactly is this octopus weirdo? Check him out and find out his battle record. Jiang Tong wept. He literally wept. He had never seen so much money in his entire life. All his belongings, considering the battle suits and the spiritual weapons, were worth no more than 10 million, but he had won 50 million easily. Unfortunately, he could only get 20% of the money. When Han Fei left earlier, he raised 2 fingers. Jiang Tong didn't think much of it back then, but now that he recalled it, he realized that Han Fei was probably implying that he would get 20%. However, even 20% of the money still meant 10 million mid-quality pearls. Jiang Tong was rather stunned. What am I thinking? Is 10 million not enough? That's 10 million. While Jiang Tong was stunned, Han Fei got back to his feet and looked at the auditorium in disbelief. Today, I'll accept challenges from everybody on the same level as or higher than mine in this field. The heavenly talents of the Wind Thunder Town are just SOSO. I can crush 10 of them with one hand. Shoot. Jiang Tong was dumbfounded. Did you get a brain injury from the hitting jest? Now? Then, Han Fei said again, I'm going to bet 500,000 on myself. Anybody joining me? If nobody does, I'll ask again after a break. The Wind Thunder Arena was imploding with noise from the audience members who were blushing and yelling. Son of AB *TCH from the Fiery Dragon Town, just stay there if you've got balls. F***CKU, Octopus Weirdo. Nobody forced you to say anything. Don't you slip off. I'm going to sign up and beat him up. I'll go with you. You can't. I'm in my best state, and he must be exhausted from the battle. I can take him down with one hand. In the crowd, Han Fei had no idea how many people came to the Wind Thunder Arena. Many students had arrived after confirming their dormitories. Originally, those students were here just to familiarize themselves with the environment. They didn't expect such a battle. Several people were looking at each other in bewilderment in the crowd. Zhang Xuanyu asked, "Isn't that Han Fei?" "Definitely." Lu Renquang nodded. "Absolutely. I can't think of a second person who has golden fists and that way of taunting." Luo Xiaobai suggested, "Let's go and bet 1,500,000 on him." On the other hand, Xiao Wushuang remarked with complicated feelings, "Is this the capabilities of a top dangling fisher? I can't even resist one attack from him." Xiang Nan laughed. "Of course you can't. You can't even resist his fart." He Xiaoyu suddenly said, "Don't you feel that the man is a little bit like Han Fei?" Xiao Wushuang simply denied it. "That's impossible. My sources told me that Han Fei's second contractual spiritual beast has wings, and this guy's was an octopus monster. How can he be Han Fei? They look different too." He Xiaoyu suggested, "I'm told that there are powerful disguising skills that can transform you into someone else." Xiang Nan shook his head. "That's impossible. Such skills are very expensive. Besides, they must be very high level to trick other people, or the experts would recognize them easily after a quick scan." Pondering for a moment, He Xiaoyu said, "I want to bet on this octopus." "Weirdo." "Pooh." Xiang Nan was lost for words. "Are you crazy? Look, this octopus weirdo must have had brain injuries in the battle just now. Did you not hear that he provoked all the heavenly talents of the Wind Thunder town? He can barely stand on his feet anymore and is trying to get some rest. But how can he recover from such a battle easily?" Xiao Wushuang also said, "That's right. Besides, we've all seen Han Fei's fists. He could have easily blown that person to smithereens with one punch, and the battle shouldn't have been so hard. This man can't be Han Fei." He Xiaoyu shook her head. "I just feel that he's strong. I'm going to bet on him and make some money." Apart from He Xiaoyu and her companions, someone from the fiery dragon town came too. However, they were all dumbfounded at this moment. "Wait, when did this octopus weirdo emerge in the fiery dragon town? He's even an advanced dangling fisher? Why have we never heard of him? Not good. Did he pretend to be from the fiery dragon town?" As it turned out, everybody around them fell quiet after they said that. "Good. Small fries of the fiery dragon town, you dare to come to the auditorium? Brothers, beat them up. I'm afraid there's a misunderstanding. That octopus weirdo isn't from the fiery dragon town." "Hee hee. Are you implying that the Wind Thunder Arena made a mistake? Don't listen to their nonsense. Just beat them." The second match came faster than anticipated. The moment he received the message, the male host roared out, "Dear audience, the splendid show will continue. You have no idea who's coming. Faced with Octopus Weirdo's challenge, Jing Chongfeng, our best dangling fisher in the past, is here." The male host was more than infuriated by the arrogance of the fiery dragon town too. The Wind Thunder town would have given the winner the honor he deserved, but he blatantly provoked everybody. That was too outrageous. The host was determined to have him beaten up on this day. The hall of the Wind Thunder Arena had been fully crowded by the people who were signing up for matches. Yet, there were few people at the notes exchange counter. Mostly, it was because the majority had bet on Ming Kuan, and few bet on Han Fei. Supposedly, there were always people who wanted to beat the odds, but the people who really had the courage and the money to do that weren't many. Although the Wind Thunder Arena lost more than 80 million in the last game, it had earned 10 times more, because too many people bet on Ming Kuan's winning. This time, many people were shocked by Jing Chongfeng's arrival. Jing Chongfeng was a terrifying warrior. He had challenged and defeated powerful peak-level dangling fishers when he was merely an advanced dangling fisher. Also, he won more than once. He didn't lose once until after a winning streak of 38. After Jing Chongfeng became a peak-level dangling fisher, he only had 3 battles, which took 3 seconds in total. Then, nobody fought him anymore. Now that Jing Chongfeng was taking action, many people sat down quietly. This time, the arena considered that Han Fei was too capable of a talent to have been raised by the fiery dragon town, so they sent someone to investigate him. However, the audience was cheering so loudly that they had to start the match before the results came back. As for the odds, Jing Chongfeng was 1 minute and 1.5 seconds, and Han Fei was 1:8. The arena tried to balance them by lowering Han Fei's odds and increasing Jing Chongfeng's. In such a way, even if Han Fei won again, the arena wouldn't suffer any loss. Seeing how furious the audience was in the arena, the host roared, "There's a certain someone who defeated 3 formidable enemies in 3 seconds, and who routinely challenged people above his level. He is Jing Chongfeng. Let's give it up for who? Oh, Jing Chongfeng, Jing Chongfeng. Chongfeng, I love you. Jing Chongfeng, kill this be asterisk starred." Jiang Tong was most excited in his private room. This time, he bet the 50 million he just earned as well as half of his belongings. Why only half? The truth was that he wasn't sure that Han Fei would keep winning as he promised. After all, from what he had seen, Han Fei's combat ability seemed to have plummeted. But why did Jiang Tong still bet on him? Mainly because he had this illusion that he had met this person from somewhere before. He felt weirdly familiar with him. This sense of familiarity told him that he should trust this person. It was exactly this feeling that prompted Jiang Tong to throw a badge to an unattractive man in the crowd against his rationality. Jiang Tong was not a Mr. Nobody. He had earned all his belongings by trading materials. He had about 50 subordinates in the Wind Thunder town who were responsible for purchasing and reselling accessories for him. Meantime, Jiang Tong asked another classmate to ask for the million gold town's help. He had once been an exchange student in the million gold town, which was a heaven of business exactly as its name suggested. He learned the tricks to make money in that town and made a lot of good friends there. Jiang Tong was shocked by himself after he paid 58 million. He wondered when he had become so resolved and generous. Was he crazy? Luo Xiaobai and her friends, on the other hand, were thinking and discussing much more clearly. Zhang Xuanyu said, "The cap is 500,000. He can't really make much money out of this. Why bother pretending?" Lu Renquang suggested, "Why don't we ask our classmates from the Blue Sea town to help?" Zhang Xuanyu retorted, "Are you an idiot? Everybody from our town has been either beaten or tricked by us. They're all hostile to us. Would they really help us?" "They would. Go summon them right now, and tell them that they'll get money." Zhang Xuanyu shrugged. "Is it really going to work? You underestimate the power of mid-quality pearls. Although we seem rich, how many people in the Blue Sea town are as rich as Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan? You stay here then. I'll bring them here." Jing Chongfeng was very handsome. He had charming and even sexy long hair. He was handsome in a different way from Zhang Xuanyu, who was a manly soul. Warrior. Jing Chongfeng was an armorist and dressed in pure white like a girl. Looking at Han Fei, who was still sitting cross-legged, Jing Chongfeng put on a wicked smile. You won't be able to recover, no matter how you try to rest. Han Fei opened his eyes and sneered. Pretty boy, you are quite cocky. You think I can't fight just because I'm wounded? Jing Chongfeng pursed his lips and smiled casually. Don't all body cultivators like to attempt a comeback when the situation seems desperate? You are an interesting dork. Do you know how many people are behind me? Han Fei rose and laughed. I don't care how many people are behind you. Today, I'm invincible and will dominate the Wind Thunder Arena. Immediately, the audience cursed from the auditorium. Someone roared, Son of a B***TCH, stop being arrogant. You'll be humiliated in 3 seconds. Someone shouted at the host, let the game begin. What are you waiting for? I'm hoping to get my money back. Someone had secretly bet on Han Fei and wondered if their gamble would work out. They only hoped that Han Fei would prove worthy. After all, he could possibly beat Jing Chongfeng now that he had defeated Ming Kuan. Seeing that Jing Chongfeng and Han Fei were done talking, the host instantly roared, now. Let's see whether Jing Chongfeng's ghost god chain is more powerful than octopus weirdo sea-shocking fists. Let the game begin. Jing Chongfeng laid down his weapon box, but what was unleashed from the box was not sabers, swords, or shields. From the box extended countless chains that sprang out like Luo Xiaobai's vines. They were everywhere. Those chains were soaring crazily, some stabbing into the ground and some hanging high above. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei was surrounded by those chains from every perspective. Bam, bam. The floor exploded, and a great many chains broke out of the soil and clutched Han Fei. Take 100 punches from me first. The golden fists surged like energy bullets, but something shocking happened. Was it an array? Jing Chongfeng smiled and said, it's useless. I don't think you can possibly get out of my ghost god array after you've come in. Han Fei had noticed that his fists actually hit the ghost god array, but this array seemed able to deflect the attacks, so he probably couldn't break it unless he fully carried out the art of invincibility. However, how could Han Fei possibly expose the real power of the art of invincibility in this place? He simply dashed among the chains so fast and agilely that many people were shocked. Among them, the most shocked of all was He Xiaoyu, who was sitting with Xiao Wushuang and the others. He Xiaoyu couldn't be more familiar with such a movement technique. Who could it possibly be if not Han Fei? She regretted betting only 3,000 mid-quality pearls a moment earlier. It was already a huge amount to her. Even though she had traveled in the Level 2 fishery for a long time, she had no more than 50,000 pearls. In total, not enough to buy a low-quality spiritual weapon. If she had recognized Han Fei a while back, she would have bet all the 50,000 mid-quality pearls she had with her. In the auditorium, Lu Renquang was holding his chain with his hand. So, he does have a third contractual spiritual beast. Why does he have a third contractual spiritual beast? Luo Xiaobai said, maybe because his body is special? Lu Renquang heaved a sigh. Why do I not have a special body? Also, this octopus doesn't look weak at all. Little Fatty's image appeared on the field with intimidating eyes, before its sucking discs attracted the chains. Its terrifying force was transmitted to Jing Chongfeng through the chains, making his expression change again and again. How is it possible? How can a contractual spiritual beast shake the ghost god chains? Ca. Bam. The tentacles of the octopus were fully stretched out and began to pull the ghost god chains. Although more and more ghost god chains were tying them up, they failed to freeze the tentacles. Instead, they were all attracted to the terrifying sucking discs. Hanfei grinned and said, "Hey, pretty boy. Do you want me to teach you how to swing?" As little fatty waved its tentacles, infinite tentacles were straightened and began to spin. After all, Hanfei was safe inside the ghost god chains while they even dragged Jing Chongfeng's weapon box away like a raging tornado. Shocked, Jing Chongfeng roared, "Soul explosion!" A terrible blast spread on the chains and made them clatter. The host shouted, "It's a soul explosion. A body cultivator can't possibly resist such a dreadful soul explosion. Octopus weirdo is about to. How is this possible?" Jing Chongfeng was astounded too. The storm of chains didn't stop at all, but became twice as fast. In the blink of an eye, the storm of chains expanded to a radius of hundreds of meters as it surged towards Jing Chongfeng. While swinging the chains at the center, Hanfei thought that he must thank Little Fatty's special feature. The 9-death soul-splitting octopus had a high spiritual power and could ignore all mental attacks from creatures within 10 levels higher than itself. Otherwise, his head would have bled when he suffered the horrifying spiritual blast. But as it happened, he wasn't even slowed down, much less shedding any blood. God clutching. Intense blade auras appeared among the chains and attempted to cut apart Han Fei's spiritual beast like sharp chainsaws. But Jing Chongfeng became desperate again. He couldn't move the chains that were attracted to the tentacles at all. Even the blade auras weren't at his disposal. Many people were dumbfounded in the auditorium. "Jing Chongfeng, why are you not doing anything? Jing Chongfeng, do something. Don't just watch. Hey, did you bet that you would lose? Jing Chongfeng, I'll file a complaint against you. I will. What's the matter with you? Are you offering weapons to your opponent?" The field was filled with curses for a moment. Many people described Jing Chongfeng as a phony and said that he wasn't nearly as good as Ming Kuan. At least, Ming Kuan didn't fall until he heavily wounded Han Fei. Yet, while Jing Chongfeng surrounded Octopus Weirdo with chains at first, his opponent had disappeared since then, and he had been running all the time, while his weapons became his enemies. What was that about? Eventually, Jing Chongfeng gritted his teeth. He had to resort to his ultimate trick. Bam. 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 The floor split up again, and a mass of vines emerged from underground. Han Fei was surprised. "You are also a manipulator?" After realizing that Jing Chongfeng was a manipulator, Han Fei simply controlled the tentacles and darted the ghost god chains at him one by one. Seeing that the chains were back, Jing Chongfeng naturally had to reclaim them, but there were too many chains for him to see things clearly. He merely sensed that Han Fei took out a chain of his own that was attached to a wall. Han Fei finally showed up, and the audience exclaimed, "He's out." But why is he covered in blood? Did Jing Chongfeng's god clutching actually work? But what's he holding? He's like a lunatic. Not good. Not good. It seems very powerful. Jing Chongfeng, keep it up. Go. Han Fei had got the chain from the prison in the undersea city. Back then, he Couldn't cut the chain at all and had to uproot the wall that it was connected to in order to take it away. At this moment, he spun the 10-meter-long chain quickly before him. He didn't even know how heavy the chain was exactly. Hew! Han Fei released his hand, and the chain as well as the wall was instantly hurled to Jing Chongfeng. Jing Chongfeng lifted the ghost god chains, trying to resist it. But after a smack, the array that had been established was broken through, and Jing Chongfeng was hit by the dark rock in his abdomen and chest. He was flung away with blood splashing out of his mouth. Those who never experienced it had no idea how heavy the chain was. Jing Chongfeng, who was a handsome man a moment earlier, was bent like a shrimp at this moment. He felt that his intestines were being squeezed out. After Jing Chongfeng rolled hundreds of meters on the floor, he simply passed out. Han Fei grabbed the chain under his feet and pulled it hard. When the black stone fell on the ground, there seemed to be an earthquake. He raised his eyes and looked at the audience. An armorist should focus on his own specialties, instead of those fancy tricks, which are absolutely useless in front of absolute strength. Is he really a heavenly talent of the Wind Thunder Town? You think he's invincible? Damn you, you bloody octopus. What did you say? Say that again if you've got balls. Asshole, I'm going to kill you. Jing Chongfeng is a useless bastard. He's not nearly as good as Ming Kuan. Clang. Jiang Tong's hip hit the floor. He was too shocked to think clearly. An income of almost 500 million. He had never seen so much money in his entire life. Ever seen so. Many other audience members were dumbfounded too, and even crying about their newfound money. Why would they trust that an armorist and manipulator could defeat a maniac in body tempering? Suddenly, someone said, "Wait, is this octopus weirdo really an advanced dangling fisher? I think he's better than that." Someone roared, "I doubt it." Someone was lost for words. Why? Are you too blind to identify an advanced dangling fisher? Many people were dazed after the battle after the huge loss of money. The Wind Thunder Arena took action in the emergency too. Someone roared, "Who let this guy in? He isn't from the Fiery Dragon Town at all. Ban him right now." A middle-aged bearded man was yelling at the staff. Although the arena didn't lose any money in the 2 matches, and even made some money, it spent almost 600 million in the second game alone. What did that mean? It meant that if Han Fei's odds were still so high, the Wind Thunder Arena might go bankrupt after just another game. One of the clerks said, "But this octopus weirdo is going to fight the ghost eye giant crocodile. Will we ban him from the match?" "Of course." "Wait a moment. What's he going to fight?" The clerk swallowed and said, "He selected the ghost eye giant crocodile when he picked his opponent." Stunned, the bearded man asked, "You're talking about the ghost eye giant crocodile that has been locked at the bottom of the arena for 8 years? The clerk nodded. "Why yes. Boss, do we still ban him?" The bearded man simply waved his hand. "Release the thunder smoke later." Zhang Xuanyu returned to the Wind Thunder Arena magnificently with more than 80 girls. Why were they all girls? Mostly because guys didn't like Zhang Xuanyu, and girls liked him very much. Nobody was willing to hang around with him except girls. Before they arrived here, Zhang Xuanyu had given money to each of them. He also reminded them, "Don't ask or say anything. Just bet on a guy named Octopus Weirdo." After he wins, each of you will share 20% of the profit. Before Zhang Xuanyu and the girls came in, they had seen lightning flashing in the sky and white smoke swirling like vortexes. Brother Yu, what's that? Zhang Xuanyu didn't have the vaguest clue. However, since people were flooding to the Wind Thunder Arena from all directions, he knew that something huge must have happened. Zhang Xuanyu said, "Everybody, disperse. Remember to place as much money on him as possible. You won't lose anything." After that, Zhang Xuanyu quickly squeezed through the crowd. In the crowd, someone shouted, "Excuse me. Excuse me. Stop squeezing. I'm being squeezed away from the crowd." What exactly is going on in the Wind Thunder Arena today? Who's fighting whom? Why has the thunder smoke been released? Who remembers when the last time the thunder smoke was released? 3 years ago? Someone roared, "Don't bother who's fighting whom. Just go forward." Zhang Xuanyu was dumbfounded. He had been out for only one brief moment. What had possibly happened? Why was this place so crowded? Outside, many people looked at the Wind Thunder Arena. Someone was rendered speechless. What a bunch of idiots. They must have organized this huge match, because the arena will be occupied for a while. Someone greeted him, "Old Wang, do you want to take a look at the arena?" "No. It's too crowded now that the thunder smoke is released. I don't want to be killed by the stampede." According to the news in the major academies, an unbelievably tough expert from the fiery dragon town broke Ming Kuan's winning streak of 137 victories and took down the renowned Jing Chongfeng. Someone wasn't interested. We'll know the results very soon anyway. I don't want to go to the arena after the thunder smoke. It's too crowded. Some teachers yelled, "All the girls should stay on campus. You can't go there." In their experience, the Wind Thunder Arena must be fully crowded at this moment, and girls could easily be harassed in the crowd. As for Zhang Xuanyu, he was only responsible for bringing reinforcements. Harassment wasn't really his concern. At this moment, the regular areas in the hall, on the corridor and in the field were all jam-packed with people. The girls of the Blue Sea town were smart enough to reserve a few private rooms on the top floor. Luckily, they didn't have to stay in the crowd. Someone asked, "Senior sister, is the person in the field Octopus Weirdo?" "Seems so, but I don't think we know him." "Why would Zhang Xuanyu bet on him?" Someone said, "He certainly knows Zhang Xuanyu and his gang, or why would I have been given 500,000 mid-quality pearls each?" Goodness. Is everybody in the Thug Academy so rich? Someone was lost for words. I know that they own the Fish Dragons gang. But is it really such a profitable business? The whole Wind Thunder Arena was covered in noisy discussions. The host was roaring, "May I have your attention, dear audience? Today will be remembered by future generations as the day when someone challenged the ghost. A giant crocodile. Yes, the dreadful creature locked below the ground of the Wind Thunder Arena. For 8 years, nobody has dared to challenge it. Until today, Octopus Weirdo shows up. What? The ghost-eye giant crocodile? Shoot. Are they serious? Damn it. Is this man crazy? Does he not care about his life at all? Someone asked, "What's the ghost-eye giant crocodile?" Some said with mixed feelings, "It's the most intimidating beast in the Wind Thunder Arena. The owner of this arena captured it from unknown waters 8 years ago. It's said that the beast's eyes can petrify you." Someone interjected, not just that. It's said that the ghost-eyed giant crocodile is so strong that even a hanging fisher cannot resist one wave of its tail. Someone added, also, rumor has it that the ghost-eyed giant crocodile is covered by scales that even high-quality spiritual weapons cannot penetrate. Even ultra-quality weapons can't really hurt it. Many people were bragging about the ghost-eyed giant crocodile with other people. They were all offering their comments and describing the ghost-eyed giant crocodile as if it were unbeatable. Han Fei pretended to be gravely wounded at this moment and was still resting. Now and then, he even vomited blood, which made many newcomers surprised. Someone was lost for words. Is he really going to fight the ghost-eyed giant crocodile? Can he really do that? Someone said, this man has already defeated Ming Kuan and Jing Chongfeng. I admit that he is a heavenly talent, but even a heavenly talent can't defeat the ghost-eyed giant crocodile, right? Someone nodded. Certainly not. Even Ming Kuan and Jing Chongfeng wouldn't have dared to challenge the ghost-eyed giant crocodile, whose tail can crack a mountain. In this vast arena, there were a bunch of people who were in plain clothes and came with their friends. They were propagating how powerful the ghost-eyed giant crocodile was and belittling Han Fei's combat ability with their best. In his private room, Jiang Tong murmured, I've done enough for you. I deserve to take 20% of profits. Nobody except me could have helped you. But you have to win. If you lose. Jiang Tong couldn't even imagine what would happen if Han Fei lost. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stand the tragic loss and would simply jump off from the floating island the Wind Thunder town was on. On the field, Han Fei was spreading out his senses, not to his surroundings, but to the underground. But he was rather surprised that he could only sense one barrier and couldn't tell what was behind it. He had intended to fool more people into fighting himself and swindle them out of their money. However, nobody challenged him even though he appeared heavily wounded. They were truly cowards. Han Fei had no idea that they would have challenged him if the arena hadn't banned them from doing so. He would have been kicked out of the arena if he hadn't unwittingly picked the ghost-eyed giant crocodile as his target. Han Fei said to Little Fatty in his heart, Little Fatty, do you think you can defeat the ghost-eyed giant crocodile? Yes. Little Fatty gave Han Fei a simple answer and didn't intend to talk further. Han Fei was lost for words. This was definitely not a dutiful contractual spiritual beast, and it would have been in for some beating if it had another master. In fact, Han Fei only picked the ghost-eyed giant crocodile because he decided to reveal Little Fatty. While Little Fatty was cold and unfriendly, it was definitely a powerful contractual spiritual beast. It was not as multifunctional as the nine-tailed mantis shrimp or as fast as Little Gold. But it was extremely strong and could ignore mental attacks within 10 levels of itself. Also, its sucking discs could absorb the enemy's spiritual energy and vitality. Therefore, Han Fei wasn't scared of the ghost-eyed giant crocodile at all. However, the ghost-eyed giant crocodile seemed to possess an ability that could petrify people. Han Fei had to consider if he could resist it with a spiritual energy protective cover, an ultra-quality spiritual weapon, or the water manipulate technique. Or if he didn't have a choice, he could always surround himself with shields. When worst came to worst, Han Fei planned to use Little Fatty as a shield. After all, the beast wasn't afraid of death, and the petrifying ability couldn't possibly turn it into a rock. Little Fatty had enormous mental power and could be revived 9 times. And less. The enemy was a hidden fisher, even a peak-level dangling fisher couldn't possibly kill it. After all, deflecting 90% of attacks was truly a remarkable feature. Duong. Duong. In the arena, a gate that had long been sealed was opened. The earth was shaking when the gate was only half opened. Crack. 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 When the giant gate was opened, everybody saw a prehistoric brutal crocodile that was almost 50 meters long. Even Han Fei couldn't help but rise to his feet after seeing it. At this moment, the ghost-eyed giant crocodile's eyes had been veiled, but its dozens of fangs were all exposed. The fangs on the two sides, in particular, were meters long. The ghost-eyed giant crocodile's limbs were very powerful, with fingernails meters long on it that left marks on the floor as it crawled. Hiss! Everybody gasped. This creature looked extremely dreadful. Han Fei looked no bigger than an ant before it. How could he fight the beast? Someone was lost for words. How can you possibly defeat this beast? Jiang Tong nearly collapsed in his private room. How did you choose your opponent? Why were you so bold? Around the arena, hundreds of people were setting up arrays. Very soon, a light shield was raised, covering the arena. Hiding behind the desk, the host roared, "Goodness! The ghost-eyed giant crocodile has arrived. Have you felt the fright that comes from the bottom of your heart? Please wait a moment while our staff strengthens the defenses in case anybody is accidentally hurt." In Han Fei's eyes, data popped up.